What's going on, y'all? Oh my god, what's going on, y'all? I have returned. I'm not liking how my hair looks today. I'm not gonna lie with y'all. This is not gonna work. I'm sorry. Oh my god, I'm insanely late, dude. I'm like 15 minutes. I rescheduled the stream by like half an hour. And then I still ended like from there. I still ended up being like 15 minutes late. I'm so sorry. I had a lot of fucking technical issues. Nicole, what's up? Hello. I had it working so that my Mac outputs through the capture card to my monitor, and it was brilliant. And now it doesn't work anymore. I don't know why. I don't fucking know why. How did the Melee tournament go? Wait, did I not tell on the server? Oh yeah, I didn't. It went better than I expected. I took a couple games. Let's put it that way. I took a couple games. I'll get into it in a second, a little more. Oh my god, maybe I'll tie up my hair. Because it's really pissing me off, dude. Anyway, William. So, yeah. Capture card not really working today. I'll figure it out, but for now, I'll just do display capture and pray for the best. This is, oh god, this is not happening. Okay. Chili, what's going on, man? I do think, yeah, it's funny because, like, I feel like a lot of the people in the Discord, they don't actually watch the content. They just use the Discord to do the persecution complex. The arcade gamer persecution complex. I need to get a handle on that a little bit. You're totally right. What the hell? Oh yeah. Actually, god damn it. Let me tweet that I'm live. What is the arcade gamer persecution complex? Persecution, not prosecution. It's basically this idea that, like, oh my god, my games are the best, arcade games are the best, nobody, and like the industry and the press is like too stupid to understand it. And it's been kind of, I've been like in the Discord a little bit trying to get a handle on it. Why do you have to manually say that you're live on Blue Sky? That's so stupid. Why can't you just like connect your account or something? DeFritos, what's going on? Yeah. See, this is fine the way we're talking about it right now because we're shitting on my own Discord. I feel like also right, and hey, what's up? I feel like the Discord idea has gone out of control like a little too quickly. because it is people more invested in like in just complaining all fucking day rather than actually talking about the content. I thought that's how it worked, but like it's not doing it. I have to hit go live manually. It's very stupid. Okay, let's see. Thus far. Chile, the problem is like a lot of your suggestions, I'm unfortunately not that familiar with them. You know what, the Fritos, that's not a bad idea. That's actually a good idea. See, the thing is, some of the discussion that happens is actually useful and interesting, and I'm gonna relay it to the stream, you know? I'm gonna, I'm gonna use some of it as a, like, launching off point. But, by the way, I need to get a handle on, like, Twitch ads. See, ad is right now in progress. Oh my god. There you go. Lob, hello. What's going on, man? I think some of the arcade elitism is a protective response to the quarter muncher accusation / discourse that happens on social media, but yeah, I realize the elitism isn't productive or helpful. Yeah. Yeah. Let me check on my shareholders. Let me check what my shareholder value is. Got 14 people on Twitch. We got 7 people on Ko-fi. That's 21. And I'm pretty sure we got 4 people on YouTube. I think we got... Yeah, we got one more member, one more shareholder. Boom, number go up. Vaughn, what's going on, man? Okay. I think we're ready to dive in. Let's see. He implies non-microtransaction games are innocent. Design Delve made a video on addictive games. You know what? I should react to that at some point. That seems interesting. Arcade heads have honestly been super beneficial for informing and enriching my taste, but something about online discourse makes the conversation take on an unnecessarily hostile tone. That is exactly right. I mean, I feel like it got a little better when I popped in, was like, hey, y'all need to stop the thing of like, this thing of like, oh my god, everybody is so stupid except me. It just sounds so fucking desperate. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let me update y'all on what's been going on in the world of Ziad Brody. I went to my first Melee tournament yesterday. And it was interesting. They had 2 brackets. They had the regular bracket and they had the amateur bracket. And if you like, there's a certain threshold where when you drop out of the tournament, you enter the amateur bracket. I think the way they handle that is pretty smart. And how did it go again? I took my first. Actually, wait. Yeah, my first game in the regular bracket, I got completely demolished by a Fox player. And he was like actually good, you know. He was like wave shining really consistently. It was pretty wild to see. There was not a single person at that tournament who didn't have like a modded controller. Well, okay, no, there was a couple. There was like 2-3 people maybe. But most people had a modded controller of some kind. Like, there was a couple people with notches. If you don't know, if you fucking GameCube, Firefox, notches. No Fox player is actually good. That's funny. What's going on, man? By the way, see, you can like carve little notches into the controller, and it will help you hit steeper angles. Which is insane. It's obviously cheating. Well, I have a little mod on my controller as well. I have a controller, I have trigger plugs where, let me show you. This is my controller. Doesn't look fancy, but on the right trigger, if I press it down, what you'll see is that it doesn't press all the way down because I put a plug there that, it's like touching up against the ceiling of the trigger, basically. Or, yep, the ceiling, I guess is the right word. And the bottom button. So that you push down the plug instead of having to push down the whole fucking trigger. To activate it. And that makes a lot of shit so much easier in the game. And that's like, honestly, I feel like that mod is like essential. That's like bare minimum requirement to play Melee. If you don't have it, inshallah, you know, like, I'm praying for you. Audrius, what's up? Oh yeah, there's like a, dude, like, I mean, they don't allow anything, well, there's like conversations about what's allowed and what shouldn't be allowed, and it's a little arbitrary. Yeah, see, that's the thing, man. I always joke about this with Yulia. You have all these, like, middle-aged men who, like, they could be building rockets at NASA if they wanted to. Instead, they're playing a Nintendo party game that's 25 years old. It is kind of wild. Did some have arcade sticks? No, everybody was playing on GameCube controller. I mean, like, alternative stick, sort of, layouts for Melee, not very common. At the most you'll see is a box controller, which is like a leverless style for Melee. I need to install the snapback capacitor thing I bought because Falco with snapback can laser without round. I get that, Mr. MLG June Dollar. What's up, by the way? Mohammed, what's going on, man? Mark is number one. I said Mark STG. We'll talk about that. God, what the fuck did I want to say? Box controller I didn't see, but it's reasonably common. I want to build like a big arcade stick, an analog arcade stick for Melee. That's my goal. Oh yeah, about snapback. I mean, everybody plays on UCF, right? On UCF, it's not, like, personally, I've never found it that big of an issue. UCF, for those who don't know, is a mod.
So, please.
Justified crash out?
Drew Dancer, thank you for the follow. UCF is a mod that makes a lot of the super tight inputs in Melee a little more lenient. In a way that, like, evens out the controller lottery, right? You have to really play lottery to, like, get a nice controller for the most part. And, like, also, you're gatekeeping based on money as well, right? The game is just so heavily fucking controller dependent that if you can afford mods, or if you're in a region where mods are really easy to acquire, you have such an instant advantage. Thank you, Andrew. That's the thing. Wait, That's my retro tower. You see Xbox, Dreamcast, PS2. This should be Wii? I think this is the PSP. Yeah, actually no, that's my component switcher, and then below that is like all the other video equipment. That's crazy. Yeah. So everybody had modded controllers. Everybody, like a lot of the people there had been there for a while. Luke, what's going on, man? This is all the HDMI shit, and that's also IKEA. This is a really nice looking shelf. So at this local, got destroyed by the Fox player, moved into loser's bracket, and I played this Marth player. Yeah, it's, the CR2 is so interesting. I have a story about that, but like, I don't want to derail further. I'll get into it later. So this Marth player, he had actually he started very recently, right? He only got into the game like pretty recently, and he told me he was an Ultimate player before. And it was funny because like we went 2-1. I won 2 sets against him. And it was like such a perfect example of how I'm like, no offense to him, right? It was such a perfect example of how fucking carried Marth is. Like with Marth, it's not like he's not a technical character. It's not like you can't actually play nasty with Marth. But you get carried by his hitboxes so hard. You can just not know how to play the game at all and still be very threatening. Like, you have to respect Marth at all times, kind of. Yeah. That's kind of the thing. You can't just shit on Marth. In my experience. You have to respect it. And it was funny because he ended up getting to, like, Grants, I think, in the amateur bracket. He didn't play me in the amateur bracket. But he ended up getting to Grants, and I did not see him wave dash even once. He did not wave dash even once, and I don't think he even L-canceled. Falcon Marth is the hardest 5. I don't think I saw him L-cancel even. And that's like, God, what a bullshit character. I hate Marth too. I hate Marth way more than Jigglypuff. Like, let's be fucking real. But still, obviously, he was a nice guy. I respect him. We went our separate ways in peace. So, beat him. My next losers game was against a Game Watch player, and she had been, like, very active in the local. Like, very, like, big regular, apparently. And honestly, it was, like, we were not that distant in terms of skill. Like, the biggest distance I felt was with the Fox player at the start. But I feel like with her, I feel like a couple more tries I could have gotten it, A little more practice. So I moved to the amateur bracket. I won my first game. I was against a Link, and he was not a regular either. We went 2-1, I beat him. And then... in the amateur bracket... I think I lost. There was this Roy player I played a bunch. I got to play a bunch of sets with him, and he was clearly, his tech skill was really good. But he played Roy out of the sense of pride, I guess. And you could tell Roy was like really holding back. The character was really majorly holding back. Also, honestly, nobody was playing neutral very well. It was like the classic meme of like people who spend all day practicing tech skill. And then just go the fuck in, you know? I feel like on the merits of neutral, I could have beaten like a bunch of people there. There's a bunch of people who I really didn't get to play at all, so I didn't really get a great sense of the skill level. But the Roy guy, I feel like we went 3-0. Actually, was it? Yeah, well, I think it was best of 5 at that point, right? So we went 3-0. I lost. And then I played in loser's bracket. I played this Jigglypuff, and again, even though it was 3-0, the previous one, the Roy guy, it was not that distant. I could have gotten it, I feel like. I want to say like 17, 18 people, something like that. And the Jigglypuff was kind of the same. With the Jigglypuff guy, Mark, what's up? With the Jigglypuff, I could also tell, okay, he's a regular, he plays very well, he was wave dashing very cleanly. His combos were very clean, his movement was pretty clean. But it didn't feel completely one-sided, you know? I wasn't just getting shit on relentlessly. And, yeah. I definitely want to go again. Like, that whole experience made me think, okay, you know, the whole atmosphere was like a little, it was very gamery, you know? It was a little awkward. But my full thoughts here now. I think I'll warm up to them, they'll warm up to me. And I want to see how far I can take it, you know? I want to see how good I can get. And, what else? It's once a month. I was thinking for the Puff, I might want to invest more in my Pocket Falcon. Oh yeah, that's the other thing, right? In the regular bracket, losers finals was the Fox that beat me and the other Falco player at the venue. Goonslayer was there was one other Falco and he was sick. He was like really good, but even with him, I said it on the server a couple times, but like he was missing some jumps out of Shine and he was missing some L cancels. Like I could tell. So even he was like not perfectly consistent, and that's kind of stupid, but like gave me the sense of like, you know what, I can also make it. And he was sick. He beat the Fox, and then he lost to Ice Climbers. And the Ice Climbers was like, you know, won in Grand Finals, and he was the winner of the tournament. Also, there was a Falcon player, and his tag was Free Palestine, which was fire. Didn't get to play him, unfortunately. But yeah, that was that. That was my first local. Peak thumbnail. Thank you, David. What's up? Let me see if my hair is cooperating now that I've given it some structure. This kind of works. This kind of fucking works. Okay. Goonslayer is a funny name. Okay, y'all. That was the Melee local experience. I'll go again. I'll definitely go again. Yeah. I'll be going again. Again, it's once a month. It's a €10 entry fee. Not that expensive. I will say, again, I wasn't like... We were not completely warming up to each other. Like, it was a little... Clearly, I mean, the Fox and the Falco player, for example, they were, like, really tight. They were, like, broing it up, hamming it up, and they were generally very friendly. Everybody else was, like, a little awkward. Not in a bad way, though. Like, it was just general, like, gameriness. And I wasn't, like, exactly a social butterfly either, you know? I was like, kind of like, okay, what's going on here? But it was a good experience overall, yeah. Okay. Do you have any other updates? Thank you. Thank you, True Rhyme Cop. See, I'm, like, pissed off by my hair. It's not, I feel like it's not really cooperating today, but like, see, like this looks so weird. But I'll enjoy my hairline for as long as I have it, yeah. Sure. See, the first thing we'll talk about actually. Let me start the video capture so I can... Oh yeah, the winner was an Ice Climbers player. Slightly Cloud, what's going on? What's going on, man? Okay. So, yeah, oh yeah. Alright. Also not that, that's also not what I want. This is what I want. Okay, guys. In the Discord, actually, let me... Okay, recording started. In the Discord, somebody shared, Erdor, thank you, Erdor, Shooting Dio, shared this article by Jake Steinberg, I think sort of a known quantity in the game critic scene, against Video-Gamey, and it kicked off a whole discussion. And there's a couple points here that I found kind of interesting, and the article itself is kind of interesting. So let me dig into that for a second. God, no. Okay, there you go. So basically, the way I understand the article, I read it earlier. Sorry about like the fucking stark white. Maybe I can turn on reader mode. I don't fucking know how you do that. Whatever. Okay. Salvo, what's going on, man? So he's referencing this IGN review for Pragmata, where they call it a video game ass video game. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't read the original quote. Let's look at that, actually. Video game ass. I know it's a bit cliche to say at this point, but it certainly applies here. Pragmata is a video game ass video game. Its old school approach to level design and pacing provide a decent foundation for what it does best. Heavy, satisfying shooting and a unique real-time puzzle system that deepens its action. It's not exactly concerned with being a storytelling power. See, this is something that was brought up in the Discord. I'll go into that in a second, but it's delivering the point in this very surface level way. See what you... Wow. Wait. Ooh, wait, I want to see what's going on here. See, one thing that stuck out to me when I played Pragmata at Gamescom, and I mentioned this to a couple people, this is one of the first things that stuck out to me, was that, oh, the game uses the little collectible pickups as a tool of guiding you through the level, almost like an old school Mario game. That is genuinely something you don't really see a lot anymore, right? Where the game... the mechanical game language is used in this very consistent way throughout the thing. Instead of... I feel like most modern games, they would instead try to convey it visually, like by visually changing the level in a way. Obviously, the big meme is yellow paint. The fact that in Pragmata, they do it through a mechanical construct, I thought was kind of neat. You know, I thought was kind of interesting. And that's an example for why it's video gamey, right? It's for something that I would call very video gamey. And I just gave you a reason why I kind of like it, you know? And in this review, that doesn't really happen, right? And, what's the score? What's the score? What's the score? 7 out of 10? I'm gonna see Devil Wears Prada 2 this weekend. I'm kind of worried about it, I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little worried. Netflix lighting. Okay. So this is kind of what I just said. This is kind of what this article is about, where... by calling something video gamey, what you're doing primarily is just identifying a quality rather than analyzing it. And he does a similar thing to what I just did, right? I just gave you an example for like a thing that I find kind of cute and interesting about the game. And he does the same thing, and this is actually a much better point even, a point that I thought was actually, this is something that didn't occur to me and that I thought was kind of interesting. I'm gonna just read the quote. The game splits player action between Hugh and Diana, and it does so through two incompatible modes of control. Diana operates by parsing enemy machines. She exposes weak points by navigating a grid-like interface, inputting cardinal directions through discrete commands. Each move is either correct or incorrect. There is no gradation. Hugh, by contrast, moves and aims through less precise analog inputs. I'm not sure I would use the word precise here, or less precise. But I kind of get what he's saying. See, he used the word discrete earlier, and maybe less discrete is what he's kind of talking about. He runs, jumps, and shoots with a looseness that allows for drift, hesitation, and error. Again, that's like maybe a clarification issue, because like obviously you can make errors in Diana's interface here, but like I kind of get what he means. The player is tasked with operating between two different logics. One system is exact and robotic. The other is approximate and human. The difference is the point of the entire game. It's also why Pragmata is so excellent. The hacking sequences are not a detachable layer or concession to game design convention. They are how Diana understands the world. The player is asked to align with two different forms of agency, one grounded in continuous adjustment, the other in binary resolution. The effect is not just a video gaming mechanical variety, it is a shifting identification between the imprecision of a human and the certainty of a machine. I think this is a great point. I think he's like demonstrating the vacuum of analysis that we kind of see in mainstream reviews, like where this should be something that is happening in a mainstream review, right? But it's not. What the mainstream reviews are instead doing is kind of repeating all the marketing speak. And this is something that people went into in the Discord a little bit. Let me read this. Was rolling my eyes at all the people throwing around this is like a PS3 game platitude. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, because let me get into the point actually. This is something that Boghawk kind of alluded to in the discussion here. If you're not in the Discord, discord.ziadbra.com. Join the Discord, join the discussion. Boghawk, Vaughn, what you just said, this is something that Boghawk also alluded to, right? You can have games that are structurally similar to Tomb Raider 2013, a PS3 game, which I take to be a representative sample of AAA at the time. Let me zoom in a little bit. Not just in terms of overall structure, but also how much aesthetic/narrative concerns guide gameplay design decisions rather than vice versa. Those games, a game like Tomb Raider 2013, is called arcadey and video-gamey because it's juxtaposed against some kind of imaginary sandbox movie game hybrid that barely exists. It's video-gamey and arcadey compared to some kind of weird amalgamation of mental construct. So, back when Tomb Raider 2013 came out, we would not have used the word video-gamey, right? Or you could make the argument that it was maybe used less, right? Whereas now, I want to say because technology has progressed in such a way and presentation has like done this insane level up in terms of how sort of naturalistic things kind of move. Now, all of a sudden, Tomb Raider 2013 seems video-gamey, right? Even though the design hasn't really changed, right? And we don't actually have a precise, exact definition of what it is. And I feel like, see, I think there was some, in this discussion, there was a little bit of, I guess sort of, a struggle to understand, okay, what actually is the issue? What actually is the issue? Is the issue strictly the use of the word video gaming? I don't think that's it. I think it is that these words are just thrown out without a purpose, you know? And another point that came up here is just the issue with mainstream reviews in general. Obviously that they're written on a schedule. Obviously, I alluded to this as well, that Boghawk, he said that a lot of the verbiage in mainstream reviews, it feels like it's copying the press verbiage that all the games are kind of couched in already. That is also something I very viscerally felt with my Gamescom coverage, right? Let me actually show you. So, for example, I did a bunch of YouTube shorts and TikToks, whatever, for all the games that I played at Gamescom. And, God, what was the game? Oh my God, what's happening? There was a specific game that I played where I thought, okay, I made an observation about this game. Why did I not read about this in any other preview for this game? Why did this never come up anywhere else? Because to me, the point was like, I'm not saying the point was so obvious to me, but like, why did it take me to like extract this specific point? And why does every review feel like, oh yeah, Metro Prime 4 was one where I felt like, okay, the AI is weirdly agile, right? Also Onimusha, right? Nobody was talking about how the parry mechanic kind of works and how it's this like super safe option select. That's still like, I feel like I'm still the only person who's talked about that online, right? Who's covered the game, who's done a preview on it, and very explicitly said, okay, this is how the mechanic works, right? Maybe I'm not, I mean, this is kind of a bold claim to say I'm the only person who said that. But like, look at all the Onimusha previews right now, and then, you know, check whether they actually go that deep into it. I feel like they don't. I was kind of having a visceral reaction to this whole video gaminess as a virtue thing people were doing for Pragmata right after all the RE4R design discourse, no aesthetic consistency. Yeah. See, that's another thing, right? I've talked about how I don't like Silent Hill F. That's something I also did a video on. You can watch that if you want. It's on my second channel. God, why the fuck is YouTube? What the hell is going on, man? Okay. By the way, I'm doing regular stream highlights now. This one's not a hit. This one's not a hit. But check those out. Those land on the second channel. Oh my god, YouTube! Please cooperate. The thing about Silent Hill F is that there's something about the way it uses its video game aesthetic that is very vulgar. You know, it's very not in tune with itself. It's very unaware of itself, kind of. I'm doing the it insists upon itself shit a little bit, but what I mean is that the old Silent Hill games, they had this hard separation between like cutscenes and gameplay, and then the gameplay was okay, minimal HUD, basically no HUD in most of the games actually. I think they didn't have a HUD until like Silent Hill 4, right? You don't really get objective markers, you don't get objective updates. You don't see health bars. It's all in service of maintaining this like design aesthetic consistency. When I say aesthetic, I don't just mean visual, right? I mean, how do we use the mechanical language of this game? And Silent Hill F, you can tell it's just fucking visual novel developers who never thought about that shit for even 1 second. You know? Wait, let's... God, why is YouTube so slow today? I'm playing the game here for a little bit, right? And like the floating button icons, and I think when you get into combat.
So please.
Justified crash out.
Ash, thank you for the sub, man. What's up, Bjorn? Like the reason I'm thinking of this game is this is an example of a game where I use the word video gamey, right? Where there's sort of a vulgar way that it's very blatantly and very lazily taking like video game tropes, objective updates, lore entries, health bars, HUD, like even the little lock-on icons, and like not really worrying about how this fits into the overall design aesthetic of the game. And I feel like the thing about Silent Hill as a series, it should be that it's this holistic work, right? And where they think about how all the parts like they think about it as a holistic game, and they think about how all the individual parts sort of move toward a consistent message. And not just, oh, we just have a combat system because why the fuck not, you know? We have weapon durability because why the fuck not? it's just mechanics and aesthetics like vulgarly kind of stacked on top of each other. And I feel like when you explain it like that, when you lay it out like that, then the term video gamey kind of makes sense, right? And even, I mean, yeah, I've talked about why I feel this way about the story as well, right? That the story, it's very obsessed with like explaining the mechanics and the logic of why things are happening. But the emotional component of that is very flat, right? It's very hard to talk about without spoiling it, but like it's such classic like tell don't show. Where the game thinks, oh, because I literally made the character say a thing, now we've covered this thematic idea. And that's done, we can move on to the next thing. When that's not really a holistic, like aesthetically interesting way to do it, in my opinion. Yeah. Let me catch up with chat. Fishy Ashby, what's up? Looking forward to seeing your other videos and your... yeah, definitely play Shadow first before you watch the video. One Up the Shroom, what's up? Some of that stuff could just be implemented as best practices without consideration for how it plays with the game they are making. Yeah, no, that is exactly it. I feel like... my sense was that the developers, they just have no opinion on how this should be, right? They have no particular opinion on what this means for like the overall experience. That was my sense when I played it. Whereas like, I mean, it's to me it's so offensive because Silent Hill is like the series for that type of shit, you know? It's the series where every video gamey part of it fulfills like a very specific aesthetic purpose. Like that starts with the camera, right? That goes over shit like your health is like the character's face in the main menu or in the pause menu flickering weirdly, right? The save shit is like little weird red notes on the wall. That clearly they have. You look at the Silent Hill 2 box art, right? It has clearly like a lot of. I mean, if you don't know, Silent Hill 2 box art Japan. This shit, like clearly this has like a lot of significance for the game, yeah. And it's like, I mean, the way they use like story twists. God, I don't want to derail this with the whole Silent Hill talk, right? But like, I feel like when the big twist in Silent Hill 2, right, the big revelation, it's like, okay, it's revealing something to the character, right? It's really changing your perception of this character. And I didn't get that with F at all, right? I feel like with F, it's like it's always reinforcing the same ideas very literally and very vulgarly. So this was not meant to be Silent Hill F talk. I just couldn't help but derail. To bring it back to this a little bit. Yeah, I think maybe this is like, maybe the way I would pull this together, right? The fact that this is something we're talking about, it does show that we take this aesthetic component of games like so for granted, you know? And this cohesion. That we understand what we're like receiving in this very literal way. And again, all the complaints that I just leveled at Silent Hill F, right? That's not really something you find in a lot of reviews. You know, it's not like something that many reviews complain about. And I mean that's fine, right? It's just that for me, like, I'm a fan of video games, you know? I'm a fan of the medium. And I feel like with that should come an appreciation, not just for, like, the content of games, but also the formal aspects of games, like the formalisms and the way those formalisms are used. And I feel like what the Pragmata review, like this guy clearly had an appreciation for how Pragmata uses its formalisms. And when the IGN review just says, it's a video gaming game, it doesn't like really elaborate, the appreciation for the formalisms is very thin, clearly, yeah. So that's my spiel on that. That's how I feel about that. Dude, I'll also say, I mean, I like the Japanese PS2 cover, but the Xbox one, I mean, it's like way less artsy and like freaky, you know? Ash, thank you for the follow. But I love this shot of Maria. Like, this is so sick. I want to have this so bad, man. Silent Hill 3, clear Silent Hill 2. That's an interesting take. I don't know. I played 3 more recently. It's a little fresher in my mind. And I do like 3. But I think 2 just did more for me overall. Okay. So... Oh, One Up the Shroom asks, what do I think of Silent Hill F in just one word? Flat. Flat. Yeah, the Xbox version, honestly, it's not that bad from what I've played of it. But yeah. See, goddammit. The thing that really annoys me with Silent Hill 2 Remake is, like, I feel like it doesn't even deserve our attention, you know? Like, why? I just hate this idea that, like... So fucking true. I hate this idea that, like, okay, I've decided I'm a Silent Hill fan. Now I'm, like, in this, like... perpetual contract that I have to care about everything that bears the name Silent Hill, you know? And that I can't just ignore it. Even though, like, there's no artistic reason why it should matter, why we should care about it, you know? That's kind of weird to me. But yeah. Feels like an HBO show. This, I mean, I've played the game, and it didn't occur to me like that, you know? I was like, okay, that's why we need people actually analyze games, and not just fucking... just copy the fucking bylines, you know? That's so bad. Okay, let me get into the main topic of the stream. Does my hair look good? I think it looks fine. Okay, let me hit record again for YouTube. Y'all can say hello, YouTube. Y'all can say hello, YouTube. Hello, YouTube. Today we're doing a Game Critic tier list live on stream. Say hello, YouTube. Say hello, YouTube. Okay, the way this is gonna go, I teased a little bit what the format is gonna be, what the parameters are gonna be, but basically, I'm not exclusively focusing. I wasn't strictly focusing on YouTubers, but a lot of the people I picked out are okay. Video essayists making content about games, essayistic content, not strictly reviews, right? But sort of going in that direction. And I think YouTube is just, unfortunately, it is just the most relevant platform, right? And is the most, people will just know the most people on YouTube. And I wanted to especially focus on people who I don't talk to, right? That was the first big rule. How do I, yeah. I don't want to punch down. I want to punch up very slightly, you know, very softly, very soft punch up. So that was the first criterion. Not people I talk to in real life, or even online. And I guess has to be sort of like quote unquote relevant. Like people kind of have to know them, and has to be maybe a certain size. I have to have watched them good, like enough for enough time. Dude, I can't speak. And I also, you know, I decided I will rate myself as well. You see my beautiful face over here, just for the memes, you know, just for the memes. Maybe I'll start with myself. And I guess, you know, I was really picking people sort of by niches that they cover and also influence, right? So for someone like Ego Raptor, for example, obviously doesn't really do any video essay work anymore at all. But he's clearly very influential, right? He clearly was a big deal. He was a big influence on people. Now, AVGN, for example, I was thinking about it, but like, truth be told, I never watched AVGN. Have nothing interesting to say about him. I watch people like Guile Winquote or Theory Fighter occasionally. I was thinking about them, but like, I realized, okay, I don't have really enough unique thoughts. So yeah, that's that. And I want to encourage everybody to be nice in the chat. This is not supposed to be mean. This is supposed to be fun. This is supposed to be just chill, fun times. Evan, what's going on, man? We're not dunking on anybody. We're not shitting on anybody. We're not being mean. We're not doing ad hominem, okay? We're just doing a little funny tier list. Now, I was thinking, okay, you don't know any of them. That's crazy, man. I was thinking maybe even having a D tier is too mean. But I looked at the list. I was like, I feel like we need some variation. You know, we need a nice spread. Okay, and in the spirit of what I just said, I'll start with myself. This is me. This is, oh god, wait. This is Zia Bruh, Wonder Magenta, the myth, the legend. I feel like in terms of output, in terms of reach, in terms of whatever, I'm obviously not comparable to any of the people here. Now, to be honest, let me actually... I guess I should pull up YouTube. If we look at my stuff, I've said it a couple times. I don't look back on some of my older videos that fondly. I feel like especially... I mean, honestly... Every video you see, these were like the video essays that I really started out with, right? The first one that I did was DMC4, and then, you know, kind of... You know, I was doing the Game Maker's Toolkit thumbnail shit. You know, I thought it was a real cool game design guy. I hate the way I did the font here. Why did I do the design of Mega Man? Why did I do of at the same size as the rest of the font? That doesn't make sense. It's so bad. Whatever. Honestly, every single video here, up until like maybe DMC5, I think DMC5 I got a little better, but even the KH2 video, which, I mean, it's my most viewed video, and people to this day, they say maybe it's my best. I don't agree with that. I think every single one of these videos, it was, okay, I went in with the point that I had in mind, and I just cherry-picked the arguments to make my point, kind of, you know? And I thought I was kind of above that, you know? Even back then, I was like, well, okay, this is actually that... We're not ranking this particular individual, but... What the fuck was his name? He's a Kingdom Hearts Sonic guy. He was Kingdom Hearts Sonic guy. He did a Super Mario, Sunshine, Critique. No, not Chaser Tech. King K, this dude. Yeah, King K. That's funny. He said something that really stuck with me, right? I don't like his videos. I especially don't like this guy's videos. He's a sex pest. We need to keep saying it. Anyway. So, King K, not a sex pest, but I still don't like his videos. So, he said, like, okay, the way I approach scripts is I play the game, I figure out how I feel about it, and then I work backwards to justify it, you know? To, like, explain how I feel. And when I heard that, I was like, wow, that is exactly the wrong approach. I feel like your goal as a critic should be to extract the most interesting point, you know? About whatever you're covering. That should always be the goal. I'm gonna say it into the camera, your opinion doesn't fucking matter. Nobody cares about your opinions. And I feel like I thought I was doing what I just said, but no, I wasn't. I was also, okay, I like this game. I'm gonna, like, obviously I put it, like, into a thematic kind of context. Like, I had a thing that I focus on usually. But it was still, like, cherry picky, and it was in a way that suited my arguments. And, like, if you watch the Resident Evil 2 video especially, there's so much shit that, like, under scrutiny doesn't really hold up at all. Like, I'm glazing the fuck out of the level design, and the zapping system, and the combat as well. And, like, it was really the sense of, like, okay, I was noticing little things when I was playing it, and then really overrating them and then hyping them up in the script, right? Because I like the game. And now with a cooler mind, I could say, well, this game is fucking unk-slop and it's not that good. It doesn't hold up. Yeah. So based on that, I think my early years, like, I was finding myself, you know, I was really finding myself. And I'm kind of glad that in a way, maybe I'm glad that I couldn't really commit. Obviously, you see, like, the last essay in this series was, like, 6 years ago. And I had to take, not a big break, but I'd always been active on YouTube in the time since. Tim, no, I don't know who that is. But I'd been away from the essay game for a while, right? And I think the first time I did a scripted essay again was this Resident Evil video. And yeah, what's up, by the way? That's exactly it. Would you mind unpacking, extracting the best point versus relaying your opinion? Yeah, sure, I will in a second. I guess this is a good segue, because, like, the Resident Evil video, I was hoping that's the start of how... That's my idea of, like, game critique, right? I'm not saying everybody needs to do it exactly like me, but it was sort of my stab at, like, okay, I feel like this should be the baseline, right? This is how I want people to talk about games, like, on a very or think about games on a very baseline level. Where I guess what I'm presenting here and in the Shadow video is, like, sort of this level-headed approach. I'm looking at the individual elements in this kind of cold way, and then trying to extract a point from there. And I guess, DeFritas, you were asking, okay, what exactly does that mean, right? Where's the difference? Crashington's YouTube. Game Critic, Critic 2. Okay, that's crazy. Um, See, I guess, okay, let me frame it this way. In academic work, usually you do come into like whatever subject you're investigating with like an assumption or a bias, right? And usually when you do academic work, it's because you've identified a gap. You're like, okay, I feel like this is something that nobody has really looked at or that could be useful to the scientific community. And this is something where I could fill in and like bring something unique to the table, right? And you start with that impulse, and then you do unbiased research, right? And like to some extent, your research will always be biased because like you're a person, you're a human being, It's not like you can press a button and like take in all the research that's ever been written, right? And I read a book about that actually. It's called Thinking in Systems. Very good book. Like a core component of this book is that, okay, you can have objective elements of a thing, of a system, but because you're a human, you're looking at it from your individual perspective, you will always frame it in a unique way, right? And that is the role of the critic, in my opinion, right? To use their unique framing to find a gap and to find something interesting. It's not to just say your fucking opinion, yeah? As cynical as that kind of maybe sounds. Because opinions are fickle, feelings are really fickle, and can change, and they can be really arbitrary, and they can be really inconsistent, and they might not even be useful, you know? We might not even draw a useful conclusion from that. And I guess what I was trying to investigate here is like, okay, does the survival horror design actually work? Because again, that is like, for years, I was like, yeah, this is way better than like JRPGs because like XYZ, right? I was railing against JRPGs and then glazing this type of design. And I just didn't want to see how also shallow and like, this is a good frame, and underdeveloped the design is, right? And here I really tried to like go into like, okay, and I tried to go into it systematically, like, okay, what is the purpose of this element? What is the purpose of this element? What does this element do? How do I think about this? Rather than just recounting how I felt about each individual thing. And then I kept going with that formula. And, you know, I did the Neon Inferno review, I did the Shadow Colossus review, and like with Shadow Colossus, again, you can see, okay, I had a more emotional point. Like, I had clearly a way that the game emotionally resonated with me. It's not like I'm just saying, okay, be a fucking robot and say no to all emotion. But the way I try to articulate the point is like systematic and step by step, again, in this level-headed way, right? And like I mentioned this in a previous stream, but like there was assumptions I had over the game, and I even worked them into the script, right? I said stuff about the game that like wasn't correct, and I had to test it. And when I tested it, I was like, huh, okay, I should, in the spirit of academic like transparency and honesty, I should definitely mention this, you know? I should mention, okay, this part of the game is like a little underdeveloped, and like you could probably extract more from the game if this was different, right? And I by the way I talk about it, I try to also convince you that my perspective is like interesting, you know? I try to convince you, okay, I think these elements are important, and here's why I think they're important. And by making that case, hopefully it's not just you taking my opinion, it's you learning something new about the game, or like games in general, or like a new way to look at games. That was a really long-winded way to explain what I mean by extract a point. But hopefully that does cover it a little bit. Wow, we're at 38 viewers. That's kind of crazy on YouTube. Damn. Hello, everybody. Let me go through the chat a little bit. Yeah, Blader is also one. I talked to him, so I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna consider him. And he is an outrage merchant, you know? So that kind of puts me off a little bit. Why arcade design had to die to trigger the arcade gamer persecution complex? Is the critic not always biased? I don't believe that we... Well, that's the thing. I'm not... I'm getting to you kind of late, Manuel, but I hope my explanation showed that, okay, it's not about being objective. It's not about being objective. It's about using your bias in, like, a meaningful way. Thank you to you. Thank you. Intersubjectivity. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. That's a good way to put it. Baka, what's going on, man? Obviously, you need to and can transcend your biases. That's how people spot irrational thought. Yeah, totally. Totally. And, like, I guess what I was showing you guys is, like, hopefully, I did transcend my biases a little bit, right? I had this bias towards survival horror. I had this bias for childhood losses a little bit, right? And I feel like my goal in my sort of gamer mind development has been to be less and less hypocritical, right? Over time. And, like, to be more consistent, to understand myself better, you know? And that's why people think my tastes have become super narrow. And, like, in a way that's true, but I feel like with that, I got something really strong in return, you know? I got, like, a mental clarity and, an even deeper love for the things I actually love, you know? Oh, Thor High Heels. I didn't consider her. I don't really watch her videos like that, though. And, like, I think her style's not really anything, so... Yeah, obviously the academic. Well, I guess. See, I already teased my next video. My next video will probably be Mercenaries comparative review between 5 and 6, and that's another case where I'm going into it with a little bit of an assumption, you know, that 6 is kind of bad. And I played both games more and more, and I did challenge some of my assumptions with 6. I still think 6 is bad, to be clear, but it's like the issue is a little more complex than I previously thought, right? So I feel like you have to be comfortable with that. You know, you have to be comfortable with your assumptions being wrong, you know? Because I feel like that because I had that assumption, I was led into an interesting direction, I want to say, you know? Your role isn't to represent a game fairly, your goal is to advance the dialectics. Exactly. Yeah, yep, that is exactly right. Balkhog, you kind of spitting. Balkhog, you're kind of an outrage demon in the Discord. We were shitting on you earlier, I'm not gonna lie. Not you specifically. I'm joking. We were saying the Discord is getting a little hostile. The arcade gamer persecution complex. But you are spitting. I'm not sure I entirely agree with that. Like, I guess culturally, like, that's the thing, culturally that is true, right? That, okay, if enough people agree that, like, this level of graphics is good, if culturally we agree that every frame rate under 60 is garbage, you could say, okay, we have this subjective standard. And you don't necessarily have to care about it, but like it's common enough that it is a standard. But that's still like, what does that? I guess what does that give us? You know, that conclusion. Because that's not how I'm trying to work. You know, I'm trying to convince you of my framework. That's kind of it. And my framework is developed by, okay, consuming other people's work, reading, you know, playing games, all that shit. So with all that said, I feel like I've just kind of hit my stride a little bit. Also, Jen, what's up? Are you a game critic? Are you a game critic? Submit your work and then we'll see. With all that said, I feel like I've just hit the ground running a little bit, but I haven't made my masterpiece yet. I feel like I'm comfortably in like C tier. Maybe I'm the top of C tier. We'll see. We'll see as we go along. Maybe I'll put myself a little higher later. I don't know. We'll see. Unless y'all disagree. Unless y'all feel like I should be on B tier. I post on Blue Sky and say the game is good. Okay, let's go through it a little bit. I'll just jump around. Okay, guys, is Matthew Matos's easy S tier? You should be at least B tier. You think? Maybe. Well, let's go through it a little bit and then figure it out. Let's see who I'm comparing myself against. Yeah, Blader is someone I actually talk to, so I'm not considering people I actually talk to. Okay, Matthew Matos's S tier. I think Matthew Matos's you could still. I think Matthew Matos's. See, the thing I just talked about with my development, Matthew Matos's, he's gone through it, right? If you look at his early videos, in my opinion, they're pretty flawed. I was talking to my friend Heather. Heather is another person, who I was considering, but again, I talked to her actually, so it just feels weird to raid somebody I talk to. So somebody who I'm like really close friends with as well. Yeah. Oh my fucking god! Stop. Okay, so you look at Matthew Matos's, and like Matthew Matos's, he's always the example I bring up, right? Where, and this is kind of, dude, I forgot to make this point when we had the discussion earlier about like reviews and shit, but I feel like whenever I say Matthew is someone who advances the dialectic even when he's wrong, that's exactly it. Do not watch the start of the Bioshock Infinite critique. I don't know what you're talking about. So when I say that, like, yeah, reviews are bad, and it's both like, okay, people like they're like, yeah, the mainstream review system is just bad, and like it doesn't allow good things to be produced. Obviously, that's true, right? But then when I say, okay, maybe change your approach a little bit, I always get pushback. Like, people always push back when I criticize the approach itself, without fail. And I'm like, bitch, if we didn't think about it that way, Matthew Matos's would have never gotten where he is now. If Matthew Matos's just stayed comfortable reviewing games based on like, okay, this is what I like, this is what I dislike, blah, 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 I'm just gonna go through it linearly, play by play, he would have fucking stagnated, you know? But clearly at some point he was like, you know what, I want to do better work. And, I mean, like I said, I was talking to Heather about it, and she was like, yeah, I think the first really good one was the Mario 64 review. Honestly, even that review, I think, is pretty flawed, where he will just throw out certain statements without much elaboration, or he will sort of assume a thing is kind of true, right, and just put it out there and say it and like not really elaborate. And I think honestly, okay, hot take, I think the Dark Souls commentary has not aged that well. I think a lot of the ideas in the commentary are still really interesting. There's still really interesting elements in it, but he does make a lot of like boring, kind of redundant observations, you know, as well. I think just by virtue of giving himself this requirement, yeah, I have to really thoroughly cover the entire game, right? The DMC commentary, that's where he went fucking insane style, you know? That's where he unlocked the devil trigger inside himself, you know? And he just got better from there. Like, you can tell every review from that point onward, is like, it's not just a review, you know? It's like, okay, I'm trying to extract a bigger point, I'm trying to teach something very generally about game design. And you look at his latest stuff, right? Obviously, everybody talks about the context sensitivity video, and that's like, that is, I think that is like magnum opus level shit where, okay, you can be considered S tier, right? At that point. And like, I mean, he kept going. I think the meta micro videos is fucking brilliant. Extrinsic motivation is pretty good. But then you look at The Last of Us 2 and Death Stranding reviews, and it's also, okay, these are not just reviews of those games, right? He's actually thinking about them super dialectically and in this like overall holistic way. God of War case study, fucking epic. Like, I think, I mean, he's not perfect. Even in the context sensitivity video, for example, he like starts with the Ghost Trick example, and is like, I sort of get why he did it, you know, to make the point that like, well, this is not a hard or fast rule. You can still love a game, despite what the science kind of tells you, maybe. Like, it's not a very smooth introduction, I think. It feels a little awkward. But I think unfortunately, he is the best we have. I think he is in relative terms, he has to be S tier. Like, there's just no other fucking way. Shmup farm dad taste and shmups. He's also someone who uses the YouTube medium really well, you know? He doesn't do like flashy editing, but it's clean. He will like, especially in later years, his footage, the B-roll always showed very clearly, okay, this is the point, you know? Yeah, the European critics, they mock the Americans. What if I get into shmups and I agree with them? Bogog, if y'all want more people to get into shmups, you need to be less elitist. Have you thought about that? You need to be accepting of like character development. Like, he's still developing the stakes. Maybe to show him the way instead of blocking the gates, you know? Okay. So I guess we had a really good European critic now. Maybe to balance it out, let's talk about let's balance it out. Let's maybe talk about someone where they have maybe a bit of a ways to go from the European part of the world. I kind of want to do H-Bomber Guy. Okay, fuck it. H-Bomber Guy to me is a C tier. Obviously, he's not mainly a game critic. Is he D tier? I'm thinking about it. Honestly, like, okay. H-Bomber Guy, even in his regular, like, non-gaming videos, he has this tendency to, like... Bunny Hop Symphony of the Night video. I need to rewatch that. I don't remember very well. Yeah, I think Super Bunny Hop is, like, I would rate him definitely more highly. He has a way of, like... I think when he's dunking on right-wing idiots, it works, you know? But... H-Bomb definitely has a way... He's kind of doing the thing I've been talking about, right? Where he will cherry pick all the parts that make his perspective kind of make sense. and like construct his argument in this really like annoying, smarmy, artificial. I don't know if artificial is the right word, but like this really fucking annoying way. You look at the Fallout 3 video, for example, and he's like, oh, look at IGN's review. This guy's fucking insane. Blah, 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 blah. How could all these critics rate this game so highly? His Dark Souls 2 video is really bad. It is a veiled response to Matthew Matosis, right? And as much as, again, I said Matthew Matosis' older videos, they have a lot of flaws. But he really was just going in there, okay, Matthew Matosis, you make this kind of subjective point that is a little anecdotal and hard to like really couch in a framework. Now I'm gonna counter it with my own point that is like equally as, or even more arbitrary and kind of silly. Like the point that he makes about, oh yeah, fighting dudes in armor is actually awesome because in God Hand it's kind of similar. And it's like, it doesn't go deeper than that, you know? And then with Bloodborne, right, he invented this word, play conditioning. And it's like, bro, you can't just invent a word, you know? You can't just invent a word and not, like, academically justify it at all, not really do the work. And the thing is, he got, like, less mean over time, but that attitude never changed. That specific attitude never really changed. And that's why I would put him like low C tier, maybe, I don't know. H-Bomb guy's rhetoric is F tier, but his analysis holds up, provided you accept his biases. The thing is, I haven't rewatched most of these videos. Matthew says is so lucky his opponent was H-Bomb. That's so funny. Hot dog, what's going on, man? Oh my god. Oh yeah. I mean, Super Bunny Hop also has his moments where he kind of slips a little bit. I mean, I think conveyance is like, well, that's just a word, you know? That's just a fucking word, you know? You're not making up like a new game design concept or something, you know? And clearly, it's so funny, right? We don't think of Egoraptor as like the intellectual fucking guy. We think of H-Bomber guy as an intellectual guy, and yet I know Egoraptor actually reads like game design books, you know? And he actually cares about game design. H-Bomber guy, like H-Bomber guy is classic, I don't actually care about game design. You know, I care about like the games that I like, and I'm gonna talk about them in a way that I like. But he doesn't actually care about game design. I think that is a really common pattern. His Dark Souls 2 defense video advanced dial. I guess it did. I guess it fucking did. Okay. I haven't watched the Pathologic video. Y'all are really generous with the beats here. I mean, the Roblox video is really funny. The Roblox video is really good. Like, when he's dunking on a guy who deserves it, it's like, okay. Why not? Yeah. I give Egoraptor a lot of props for, like, pioneering it, even if, like, again, his analysis is also a little... Yeah. You know what? While we're at it, let's think about Egoraptor sequelitis. I wanna, you know... This is a tier list. This is not a very serious format, right? I can't... On wishy-washy vibes... On, like, influence, importance overall, I kind of want to give Egoraptor, like, the respectful beats here. Even if you take issue with his actual arguments. The thing is, okay, what's really the most fascinating to me about Egoraptor? The Zelda sequelitis, right? The Zelda sequelitis. Hot take. I think in the Zelda sequelitis... He was touching on something that was super real. That was a real, super interesting game design idea, and he just didn't really have the language to convey it well, right? And he was getting hung up on sort of quote-unquote quality of life issues, right? And like diluting his points with examples that are not that strong, right? But overall, he was hinting at this idea like, yeah, we need to get... I'm gonna have doubters in chat who don't like Breath of the Wild. Fuck you, I don't care. He was hinting at the idea that, like, yeah, Zelda needed to re-embrace this, like, 2D sensibility. And with Breath of the Wild, that's exactly what we got, you know? He was, like, hinting at... Like, he was trying to reach for this point, and, like, he didn't quite get there. But nobody else had the language either at that point, right? He was just a little too early. And I think that's... I guess that's what we were talking about in chat. He was, like, really fucking early on a lot of stuff. And, like, yeah, from today's perspective, like, it's not that groundbreaking. It doesn't seem that impressive. But clearly, when you see what, like, sprung out of it later... it was really valuable, you know? And, yeah. Yeah, a good intuition, yeah. I mean, I'm replaying A Link to the Past right now. This is pretty good. It's like, it's a fine game, yeah. It's a fine game. And see, Baka, what you're saying is exactly right. That's exactly right. Because, like, if I feel like I can... If I feel like I can actually extract the point from what he said, even if it was not articulated perfectly, I'm like, okay, great, you still did something really valuable, yeah? And I find it so sad that, like, the process and the response kind of killed his love for making essays, because I feel like he could have done, I feel like he could have done really great things, and clearly, like, what I respect about Egoraptor, like, more than... Like, I think why he gets, like, big bonus points for me is, like, he actually cares about game design. It's very clear. He actually cares about game design in a holistic overall sense. Not just, oh, I like 3 games, and I'm gonna make videos about the 3 games that I like. Ocarina of Stock's too high back then for people like this. Kind of true. Ocarina of Stock's now at an all-time low. Yeah. Well, I think what he should have touched on is, like, the mechanical rigidity, you know? Like, I think that's what he was really trying to grasp for, you know? That they lost that. I mean, really the central point of the video is when he says, yeah, in Link to the Past, exploration and combat could happen simultaneously. And in Ocarina, the same thing doesn't really occur like that. And he gets hung up. When he explains this point, he really gets hung up on, like, examples that are not that strong. But he had the point there, you know, he had it. And he just needed to articulate it better. Okay. So... I could see if again, this is, like, very fluid, right? I could put Egoraptor a little higher later, maybe. I can kind of see it. Lob, I see what you're saying. Yeah, see, I don't know how you read your name, Zalper. But what's up, by the way? I didn't say hi. Matthew, he talks about this in the context-sensitive video, I think, where he says, like, yeah, Breath of the Wild has an enchanting quality that is somehow reminiscent of 2D games, you know? And, like, what exactly is that? And I feel like, I'm not saying, oh, Egoraptor walked so Matthew Matosis could run, right? Egoraptor laid the groundwork a little bit, but he kind of did, you know? He kind of did. So... I guess on that note, God, we need to go a little faster, I think. Balder, what's up? Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. Okay, I guess when we're on the angle of game design guys. Maybe, you know, you're kind of right. Okay. Extra credit. Where would I put extra credit? I feel like extra credit for me was, like, pretty influential. Now, I feel like extra credit, this is really hard to talk about. So James Portnow Portnoy. I don't know how I say his name. He was like the main guy behind it. And he actually is a game developer. The thing about it is that I think a lot of his points were pretty interesting. It's really hard to divorce it from the fact that he's a sex pest, apparently. That's sort of what was like going around at the time. And then I think he left the channel, and then after that they like fell the fuck off. Like all their recent stuff is so boring. Yeah. So Emma Watson is the second coming of Sheer. What the fuck? F for like 100. I like the Western RPG, JRPG explanation that they gave at the time. I felt like that made a lot of sense. You know what? Now I'm thinking about it, there's very little shit that actually stuck with me from extra credits. You know, I watched a lot of their videos and I cannot remember a single, like, almost a single great point. See, no, I mean, if I just don't use the ENF tier, then what's the point? They outsource, yeah. I feel like that's a weird tension, because like I feel like you should work in an academic framework. I feel like you should actually read what other people are saying and cite them and shit, and not be so in your own brain. But I feel like with Gamer Suka it's definitely reached the point where he cites the shit and then he doesn't advance it. He got like pushback a couple times for like injecting his own opinion or his own analysis, and now he's like basically stopped doing that completely. Like now he's like very much cold. Okay, best practices. This is what the game design community agrees on. You know, exactly, Balkar. So I guess based on that, what we just said, I'll just put extra credits in D tier. Fuck it. Who cares? Education, but doesn't make for good credit. Yeah. To be fair, the state of education is like so poor. Like I feel like you'll learn more in an average Gamer Toolkit video than one of my game design courses. Which is very sad. On that note, I guess we can rate Gamer Toolkit. Where am I to put him? I guess C tier is fine, right? I thought he was like B tier at one point. The thing is, he had this whole series, where he would analyze the level design of games. And he came up with like a whole paradigm for it, you know? Like that was actually a really great example of genuine academic work, almost. Maybe not quite meeting the rigor, but like he was going through games and then developing a language to talk about them bit by bit, right? And I thought that was really interesting. And the problem is that now that I look back on it, I'm like, okay, I think a lot of the central ideas, they are based on like assumptions, right? That like, okay, it's good when did he really start? I guess this is one of the later ones, right? And he started doing the graphs, right? And then he has this assumption that like, okay, wait. Yeah. So, oh God, the dots represent, like, this is a layer, right? On this layer you have, this is all the rooms that you have available to yourself, right? At once. And he basically works off this assumption that, like, if you have more rooms available, it's good. Kinda. And, I feel like that is sort of academic, right? That you have this, like, system, and you're putting the system to the test. That is, I do give him a lot of credit for that. I just think the assumption is wrong, you know? Sash, what's up, man? Like, I think the assumption that, okay, the game gets better if you just have more rooms, that's something he never really investigated more closely, and once you think about it that way, I think the whole method kind of falls apart a little bit, you know? And I was really falling for this too. I was like, this is fucking sick, you know? And then the more distance I got from it, the more I was like, yeah, you know what? I don't think I value this that much. So it's a little hard to. I guess I would give him. I would put him above H-Bomb for sure. Would I put him above me? No, I think that's the thing. I think GMTK, he is a little too cautious now. You know, he definitely he got cold feet, and then said, okay, you know what, I'm gonna stop having a personality. You know, and like now it's like very stagnant, and I feel like it's not gonna get better, unfortunately. So I feel like the C tier. I think he had potential to be much higher, but okay. Now for some totally different Sash. Now that you mentioned it, Jakey, I would put Jakey like in a low B tier, maybe. Maybe Egoraptor has to go A tier. Love Jakey, love his videos. Obviously, they are very like personality driven and very okay. This is the thing that I care about, and he doesn't explore the points like super deeply usually, right? He has moments where he's really in his bag. I thought, you know, we started the stream talking about like game design aesthetic shit, right? That like you kind of have to think about game design a little more holistically, or the construction of a game. Yeah. And I think with The Last of Us, he made this point really well, actually. Like that, okay, there's so many. Again, he did the thing that I kind of did, where he identifies certain elements as like very video gamey in a. That's his part. What's up? In a way that shatters like the meaning of the game, kind of. And he gives great examples, right? And he gives great examples for why the game falls so flat. And like clearly is emotionally driven, you know, it's not like super systematic or whatever. But I think he has a strong intuition of like games in this like holistic artistic sense, and I do value that. And like I think obviously his presentation style is really engaging. That's something that we haven't talked about so far a lot. That obviously we're talking a lot about the YouTube medium, and I think he gets like big ups for using the medium so well, and like just being a great presenter, a great speaker. So even when like you watch like his second channel, right, where he talks about games more loosey goosey, and like he did one on Requiem, for example, where his analysis of the combat is very shallow, you know. So he's definitely not like goated with the sauce in that way. Didn't you make the comparison to the classic GTA games and how they integrate the goals of the? Yeah. No, that was him. That was him. Actually, no. Sorry. No. Wait, no. He didn't talk about the 2D games. He just talked about 3 mostly. He talked about GTA 3, but even with GTA 3, he made a similar point, and I think he made the point pretty well. So, and I think his Silk Song video was really good. Where it was really, it was a really honest look at like the incestuous nature of like games criticism or games discourse, and like how a lot of it is so pointless and not valuable. The Counter-Strike video was really good. Like this is definitely more essayistic kind of work and less game critic stuff, but I think I would still give ups for that. So honestly, the more I think about it, like, yeah, I'm feeling like solid B's here. Solid B's here on JK. Okay. Let's talk about another Euroboy. Actually, Sash, I don't know if you're still here, but like, let's talk about Eyepatch Wolf because Ireland. First of all, Eyepatch Wolf, I'm really worried about your eye situation. If y'all don't know, he can see out of one eye, and then he didn't go to the doctor for like 3 months or something, which is insane. And I'm I'm not like a big fan of him or anything, but like I'm parasocially like, oh my fucking god, what is happening? Yeah, Mechanic Slob is kind of big W. That's kind of big up. I feel like it's not a bit. No. He actually has some shit going on with his eye, and like he did not go to the doctor for like 3 months. And then when he went, they couldn't figure out what was wrong. And they're gonna do. I think that he said they're gonna do an MRI. But there's still no update. So I'm thinking specifically of stuff. I mean, he did the Fear and Hunger shit. He did the Final Fantasy 15 video. What else did he do? Silent Hill. He covered that. Like he's definitely like artistic, holistic gamer guy. Shenmue, right? And he does do the thing of like, okay, I have my feelings, I'm gonna work backwards a little bit, and like he will dip. The real big problem with Eyepatch Wolf is like he will dip into trying to be more academic, right? Trying to, okay, I'm gonna cite evidence for this, right? I'm gonna, with the FF15 video, for example, he has a big section on like, okay, you have games. Games are a series of interesting decisions. That's what Seth Meyers said, blah, blah, blah. And then he talks about how FF15 has like this auto attack if you hold the button. And that for him, that's synonymous with not making decisions, right? And I'm like, that's a very bad point. Those two things have nothing to do with each other, right? Just because you're holding the button and the character automatically walks to the target and does like a predefined combo, that it doesn't really relate to the overall point, right? And I think he was feeling something and then didn't know how to actually articulate it, you know? And like I think his mechanical chops are just a little, well, like he just doesn't really know how to talk about mechanics. And there was like there was a similar thing, I was hinting at this as well, in the Shenmue video, Shenmue 3, I think. He talks about games of progression and games of skill. And he says this thing about how games of progression are not inherently worse, there's different, blah, blah. And it's like, you're sort of introducing this idea and not really developing, and you only introduce it for like your own sake, for the sake of like making your own little point and like justifying your feelings. Yeah. So I think he just sticks. I want to talk about him because he does stick out to me in the sense that like he definitely tries to do research, but a lot of the time he just gets it wrong. Like his videos are also just riddled with like factual errors a lot of the time, and it's like really silly stuff a lot of the time where, okay, he makes a big point about like, oh my god, FF7 is like so much more detailed because it actually ran at 480p, and I'm like, no bitch, it didn't. It ran at 240p. It ran at the same resolution as the SNES games, where you made the specific point that because of the resolution, it was like this big leap in fidelity, but the resolution is the exact same, you know? And I feel like that's a mistake I could have made, right, in my early years, you know, where I really want to prove a point, and I'm going to contort the facts to make it suit my point. And I think that's just really it. To be honest, God, I hate H-Bomb's gaming videos so much, I might put Eyepatch Wolf. Or I feel like Eyepatch Wolf, he has better intentions and better attitude, so I'll put him above him. I think Eyepatch Wolf, I feel like he has kind of a, he doesn't seem like he has a deep interest in game design, but I think he would be willing to like I feel like he'd be willing to have a conversation with me about it. Yeah, if I talked to him about it, he'd be like, I think he would like be super interested. You know, that's the vibe I'm getting from him, and I kind of like that. Yeah, I think that's a good interpretation of what I said. Yeah. Like he looks at them as holistic artistic products. You know, he doesn't. I guess that's another thing. I think about occasionally. You know, games as games versus games as like art, right? I've been really into this idea of like games as sport, right? Like comparing video games to like more well-established traditional games like basketball, you know, football, soccer. I feel like that illuminates a lot of shit, you know? Once you think about it this way. The chat is kind of on fire. I'm having a hard time keeping up. So Joseph Anderson came up a couple of times. Maybe H-Bomb is a D as a game critic. I did like the Deus Ex video, but it is like haha, like he's always struggling. There's always the tension between being funny and like trying to make points, and like the points are always so cherry picked. Maybe he is a D. Like I can't recall a single. I feel like everything that I learned from H-Bomb videos is like specific to his taste, kind of. You know, it's very rarely. Oh, I feel like I learned something new about game design. You know? It's very rare. I don't think iPatch Wolf could articulate. I mean, maybe that's a little mean. I don't want to say it like that. But the second part that you said of what you said, he needs emotional foundation to make sense of things. That kind of resonates with me. Yeah, this is the thing. I don't want to be rigidly like, ooh, games are this, right? But I mean, for my thesis, I had to read a lot of like super fucking foundational books, and you'd be surprised how much it is about like the really strict formalism. It's like, okay, what the fuck even is a game? What is a goal, right? And I feel like I said this a couple of times, but like in the mainstream press, we've skipped like 8 steps. Like we think that part of it is like super boring now and like not even worth talking about. When it really shouldn't be. I'm kind of black-pilled, and my stance is more or less that games at their default state are just toys. They have the capacity to articulate. I guess. See, I think that's fair. For me, I really appreciate the formalisms in a thing like Tetris, right? For example, Tetris is always the example I come back to, where like, okay, you kind of have to appreciate that it's the super intricate, well thought out system, right? And to me, that's at minimum that's craftsmanship, right? Maybe it's not art. I'm not like a high art guy. I'm not like in the art scene really. Like I know about it. I know a little bit about it, but GK, what's up? GK, you can't keep a party with white people. That's why I could see why, okay, a game like Tetris, it's craftsmanship, but it's not art, right? I can see that take. Personally, I don't agree. See, DL, I don't know if you were around at the start, but I made the rule at the start that I will not rate people that I actually talk to. Brian Upton, no, I'm not. Yeah. So many of them are Europeans as well. Like, it's like literally hard mode for GK. Okay, Joseph Anderson came a couple times. Joseph Anderson, I don't know. I feel like he's made some interesting points, but he has a very rigid perspective on games. This is my take, kind of. I liked his Elden Ring video. I think with shit that he cares about, he goes like pretty fucking deep, you know? And like can really extract some good examples. But then even then, he says shit like, "Oh yeah, Sekiro is like the deepest combat system ever." Like, I don't think he said it like that. I don't think he said it's the deepest combat system I've ever played. But I think he has used the word depth for Sekiro to describe it, and I'm like, like his palette is very narrow, I want to say, and his appreciation for like things outside the palette is very difficult. That's an interesting thought, Baka. Games aren't really a craft because people value even pure games, pure systems on an aesthetic level. Like, that's the thing, is my appreciation of like how Tetris kind of fits together as a system. I guess that is game design aesthetic, right? You could put it that way. In terms of bad influence, I put it at -F. Like, I don't want to shit on his taste, right? But like the fact that he is like all the games he covers is like God of War reboot, Witcher, Dark Souls. I also get the sense he's someone who doesn't really care about game design. Yeah. He can have his moments, he can like lock in. But he cares about the games that he likes, and I think that's one of the main criteria, right? You have to kind of care about game design. I really value that. But please don't be mean, everybody. Please don't be mean. We want to be polite. But Blader, what's going on, man? Where are you? Matthew just spot went to S right at the start of the stream. Yeah, I mean, I started with myself. I'm in C tier over here. Yeah, y'all need to calm down a little bit. Like, please don't be mean. Please don't be mean. Please don't be mean. I do think saying like the Odyssey shit, for example, right? It's like, bro, okay, like we get it. I feel like it's sort of the ego raptor problem where you get hung up on a thing, on like a quality of life issue, and you dilute your point. Wait, James killed his wife? How do you figure that out? Oh my god. No, Jacob Geller said, he said Hi-Fi Rush shows us the truth that every action game is just a rhythm game by being kind enough to show you the notes. Which is an all-time bad quote. That's like a Woat quote. Yeah, he is really good at digging really deep. You know, I think Joseph Anderson, he does deserve like props for that. I think that is a unique skill that he has. Absolutely safe capsule. What's going on? Thank you to Fritos. Thank you. Love Celia. I've learned a lot from her. But also she's one, we're mutuals. We talk to each other occasionally. Yeah, so. Yeah. Oh, Noah Gervais is here. Look. We're gonna rate him. Instant D tier for me for the high rush quote. That's crazy. Okay. I would put Joseph Anderson like low C. Noah Gervais another S perhaps. I don't know. Who did we mention? Who did we briefly touch on? I guess Jacob Geller. Wait, Jacob Geller. Okay. Let's see. Jacob Geller, where is he? I've said this a couple times. I think Jacob Geller is the best at the specific thing he does. He is like the Lindsay Ellis of games. You know, he takes a game and he extracts like a big thematic point from it with like nice prose, good examples, and good like academic like art history backing. That's kind of what he does. He also doesn't care about game design. Yeah, he is the class. I always say this. He is the classic guy who will be. I said this on another Discord. I'm not gonna pull up the quote, but like I said, like he's the guy who will be like, the shooting feels good, and that's all he will say about the gameplay of a game. And like, yeah, I mean, the thing is, he doesn't need to care about game design for the shit that he talks about, but it does bother me, yeah, that he has such a, that he doesn't have an appreciation for, like, the formalisms, really, like that. I mean, sometimes he does. He will, like, talk about sort of, how, like, game design aesthetic elements, like, fit into the themes, right? His one Deadvid. I watched that. I don't remember that. I think I like the Hollow Knight vid a lot, the Silksong one. Of soft irony, okay. Overall, he's cool. Yeah, I think he has to go over Jakey. He is really good at the specific thing he does, you know? Like, it's really hard to deny that. I think if it wasn't me making the list, right? If it was somebody else, I think he would deserve an A tier. But because it's me, I'm going to give him a B tier. That's Matthew Matosis. Matthew Matosis. The first video you should watch by Matthew Matosis is the Bioshock Infinite critique. I really recommend that one. Okay. Noah came up. Noah is another thematics man, art man. Yeah, maybe I have to rearrange the tiers. Aaron Signal is a good one actually. I'll pull him up in a second. That's a good shout. So Noah, represented by the van. Zoltan, I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, Noah, one thing that's interesting about him is that he very readily admits he's very bad at games. And like, it colors the way he engages with games very strongly. And I think his perspective can be really interesting. He's to be honest, I can't really remember. But someone please tell him that you should break before taking corner racing. Like, I can't really remember many great points that I liked in his videos, to be honest with you. And like, a lot of his palette also is not really my thing, and that's why I feel like maybe I haven't watched that many of them. He did the Resident Evil series, right? And I don't think I could make it through the whole thing, but he made some really good points about, for example, the racial politics of something like RE5. I think that's really important. However, like, to me, the fact that he engages with something like RE4, right, in this super rigid way, and that he's another one who has like no appreciation of like game design formalisms. I think that makes it really hard for me to put him that high.
Please.
Justified crash out.
Earthdas, thank you for the sub. Welcome another shareholder into the fold. I'd rather talk Bob's what's up. I'd rather talk about menu reloading. That's the thing. I don't want to say every critic should be the same.
How much does the Earth cost?
Oh shit!
I'm gonna buy the
Dragon, thank you for the gifted.
And
I don't think every critic should do the same shit, right? I don't think every critic should have the same rubric. Every critic should have the same standard. But I think the problem is when we're when you're reviewing RE4 purely as a story, I feel like there's a really fundamental issue, you know? I feel like there's a real fundamental disconnect you have with the medium, kind of, you know? What makes no special to me is that he does not pretend to care about gameplay. It feels like he's not stepping on toes. Okay, I think that's fair. He has to be higher than Jacob Geller purely because he abstracts his critique to theme narrative, whereas Geller oversteps. That's interesting. Okay. The thing is, I've watched way more Geller. What do you think about his Last of Us 2 review? I don't think I've seen it, dude. God, I'm really conflicted about this one. Okay, I'm really conflicted. YouTube RPG critic, premier YouTube RPG critic. The thing is, I feel like they're not equal. You know? I feel like what would a Noah review on Shadow of the Colossus look like, right? Because I feel like that's what I was trying to do with my review, right? Where, okay, I use the game design formalisms and the game design aesthetic to make a point about the game's themes, right? And would Noah be able to do that is the question. To be honest, I feel like I trust Jacob Geller with that more than Noah. I feel like if they both were to cover Shadow of the Colossus, the thing is, okay, obviously right now we're assuming that my Shadow of the Colossus video was good, right? Let's just work with that assumption, okay? I like it. I think it's a good video. I got a lot of nice feedback on it. I feel like Jacob Geller's video will be closer to my video. I feel like I don't know what Noah would do. He's kind of a wild card like that. Thank you, Evan. The fundamental reality is like, well, games are systems. You know, games are made up of systems and rules and shit, and like you can use them to do something that it doesn't. Like, you can use the video game medium for things other than a goal, a challenge, that sort of shit. And that's something you need to recognize when you talk about games, right? What is the game using it for? But like, if you look at a game like Boku no Natsuyasumi, right? Boku no Natsuyasumi, I was thinking about this in the shower the other day. Like, the biggest overarching system, the most central system in that game is the time mechanic, right? Where, okay, the time advances by a set amount every time you transition from one screen to the next. Noah is asparagus while Geller is zucchini. I like asparagus, I don't like zucchini. Yeah, okay. Fuck, the point I was making with Boku is that, like, you have to make that realization, yeah, that this thing makes it video gamey, right? This thing makes it a part of the game medium language, right? You could purely do a literary analysis of Boku no Natsuyasumi, and I think you would actually, because it's actually a good game, you know? It's the rare, actually good written game, well-written game. But I think if you don't have an appreciation for, like, this quality of Boku, I think you're kind of missing something, you know? I mean, just thought that's what I remember. Didn't he talk about like the fucking secret thing? I would like to have a longer conversation about this, Balder. 90% agree, but I'm being influenced by a fairly niche way of thinking about playing games and narrative. Brian Upton. Okay, I'll check them out. I'll check that person out. God, I'm getting very sore in my throat. So, okay, I'm not a Noah fan. But y'all convinced me. I'll put him like in low B tier. I'll put him low B tier. Y'all convinced me. That's funny. Okay, I just mentioned Boku. Fucking, we gotta do Tim Rogers. We gotta do Tim Rogers. Obviously, or Dad's thank you for the follow. Tim Rogers, man. Where do we put him? I mean, his claim to fame is just having a very flowery style, right? Very flowery way of talking about games. And Zoltan, you make a great point. I will get into that. I don't care about K-Bash, I'm sorry. I didn't really like the K-Bash videos that I've seen. Especially the action game videos. Like, he did a video on the Bayonetta trilogy, I think, and he was, like, explaining the mechanics completely wrong, like, blatantly wrong. The part where he talks about his whole school life is horrible. That's very interesting. So, here's my take. I think Tim Rogers is a terrible, like, game critic. He doesn't actually... He very rarely tells you anything useful in any game. However, as, like, autobiographic pieces where he, like, uses the game as a tool to tell you about the time, his personal life. Right? The thing is, we don't know how much of it is embellished. I mean, he's a notorious liar as well. Which is, I mean, I feel like I've seen people recently been, like, very down on Tim Rogers because, like, a lot of, like, maybe not so savory shit. I don't want to make it sound that bad. It's not like he's a sex pest or anything, yeah. But he has had, like, a beef with his former podcast co-hosts, and seems generally difficult to work with, is a pathological liar. Like, basically embellished his whole life story, as far as we know. Like, I think that could really change how you look at him overall. However, I still think, like, his Boku video, honestly, I thought was really good. Like, I mean, number one, clearly he does have an appreciation for game design formalisms. We're talking about Tim Rogers. Tim Rogers. He clearly does have an appreciation, and he does try to relay that sometimes. He does try to actually explain games to you when the way they work is not entirely obvious. And, yeah, he does it in this, like, overly flowery way that's a little long-winded, but, like, okay, whatever. I still kind of enjoy it. You know what, Tim Rogers? That's kind of crazy. He's, like, pretty well-known figure. He's been around for a while, actually. Yeah. Even, like, in the blog era. He was kind of a big deal. What the fuck was I saying? So he does do that. But then the way the Boku video, for example, or, I mean, the same with the Tokimeki Memorial video, the Doom video, they slowly morph into these stories about his life. And I thought the way he told it was, like, very emotional and very impactful. The LA Noire video is absolute dog shit. I don't want to look this up. Oh my god, I don't want to look this up. Oh god, please no. Oh god. I mean, he's kind of woke, right? Tim Rogers kind of woke, right? Like, surely it can't be that bad. I'm scared. I'm scared. I don't want to read it. I don't want to read it. I think Video Ball is a cool game, man. So, where would I put him? I feel like... Okay, I'll be nice today. I'll put him above Noah. I feel like I should put him above Jakey as well. I think his best work is like... I mean, he's made like magnum opus level videos already. Even if he's not that consistent, you know? I feel like that kind of warrants it. Maybe I should put him above Jake. Yeah, I feel like I should, yeah. Okay, maybe y'all are not gonna like this. Y'all are not gonna like this. I've been hard on Super Rogers as well. But fuck it. Fuck it, we ball. Oops. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so bad at this. There you go. Oh no. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. We'll think about it. We'll think about it as we go. We gotta move on. How is Eagle Raptor still? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh god. Okay, you know what? I haven't even read the 9/11 shit, but like let's take the precaution of like putting them all the way over there. Oops. Oh my god. Oh. Okay. Oh, I don't want to read it. I don't want to read it. I don't want to read it. I don't... See, people can change. People can change. People deserve second chances. Where's John? John is in my fucking asshole, and he's making good work of it. He's making good work of my prostate. Okay. Let's talk about a Euroboy. We haven't talked about Euroboys in a while. Let's talk about Gaming Brit. Gaming Brit. I think Gaming Brit, he definitely had the same tendency of, okay, I will cherry pick arguments that make my point look good. I mean, the classic was like his MGS5 video, right? He was right on Ninja Gaiden. Where he'll try to compare MGS4 and 5 on their gameplay merits. And he'll say, well, in MGS4 you had way more weapons, so it's way cooler, so the game's better. And that was the point, you know, that was the whole argument. Oh, GK, you know what? Wait. That's not the prostate. I think what you're talking about is the G-spot. Those are two separate things still. The G-spot, it is like somewhere on your like foreskin. Unfortunately, I don't have foreskin. So I will never experience maximum pleasure. I think what the discovery was, the prostate is not necessarily your G-spot. Yeah. It would be kind of crazy if the prostate was not inside your ass. I feel like that'd be insane discovery. But I see. I knew the thing you were talking about. I'm an ass expert. So I think he definitely had his like L moments in that way. But in recent years, he got a lot fucking better. And I want to say, I really appreciate the depth of research he will do for his videos now. Yeah. He will do a fuck ton of research, like really try to, justify his points well. Like, the R6 video, also a good example of like, G-spot is S here. Okay. I'm just cherry picking arguments, and like it's not consistent with any of my other beliefs, and it's like completely stupid, right? That's why I'm really curious how he would approach that kind of thing today. I feel like he would not make the same video anymore, you know? And I really appreciate growth, right? That's why I gave Matthew Matos an S tier. So I respect that. I think he still is very much okay. He will probably not challenge his own beliefs that hard, you know? Like, I'd be surprised if he... Like, that's if you went back to stuff like DMC 5 or RE6, would he like be more critical toward those games if he like were to analyze them? I'm like still a little skeptical about that, and that's why I wouldn't give him like an A tier. But I think I would put him above Jakey. Yeah, that seems right. That feels right. Above Jakey feels right. I just feel like the thing is, I feel like Gaming Bread, he's closer to how I would. Well, not even that. He's not really that close to how I analyze games, but he definitely cares more about game design and games history and all that shit than Jake Geller. But I feel like Jake Geller is just better at his thing. So I have more of a bias toward Gaming Bread's
So
work.
please.
Justified crash out.
Thank you for the follow. Oh, Aaron Signal, thank you. Yeah, I'll add him right now. Oh god, I can't type. Can I get like a good Aaron Signal icon? Okay, whatever. I see what you're saying, Goonslayer. That's still a crazy name. He definitely, he's not being funny anymore in his videos. You know, he's not trying to make like he stopped doing music in his videos as well. Oh wait, I'm a stupid fucking idiot. Lock. Why is this so huge? But his analysis has improved so much that I feel like it's worth it. Yeah. The thing is, even if I can't enjoy, even if I can't imagine how lock-on would work super well in Ninja Gaiden, I think it's very lazy that the Ninja Gaiden community rejects the argument so instantly. Yeah. Like, that is the part that really annoys me, right? And I feel like, again, his arguments for it were like still a little flimsy. Like he would change some of his reasoning between the Ninja Gaiden 1 and 2 videos. For example, like he sort of went into Flying Swallow working kind of weirdly in NG1, and then NG2 he completely comes up with a different reason why it's bad, you know. And then he says, yeah, the issue was actually this, and it's like, no, bitch, that's not what you said. Exactly. Rasputin, I don't really watch him. So Aaron Signal, he hasn't been really super active lately, but I think he's a pretty foundational critic. He did a really strong video on why games have this propensity toward violence. Oh, he pushed me. That's crazy. I didn't even know that. He talks about how video games are just uniquely good at spatial simulation and how other things are really fucking difficult in games to simulate. And that's why games are about like conflict and this type of challenge so much. And the thing is, with that take, he was insanely early. It is crazy to watch that video now and see how fucking well it holds up. That kind of blows my mind. Honestly, for just that, I kind of want to give him maybe top of B tier. Maybe top of B tier. I feel like he's not super precise with like mechanical analysis or anything. He's not like that, but and like I feel like he hasn't done enough to where I'm like, okay, like I can't think of like a magnum opus video that I'm like, damn, I'm gonna reference this in like 10 years, you know? He hasn't really done that, but I think his work is solid and consistent enough, and his reasoning is consistent enough and solid enough that I would give him top of B tier. Okay. Yeah, we still do not have. God. Ooh, I don't think I've seen that one. Do I see what you're saying? Maybe there is no A tier. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. There's another Yankee boy. We have a lot of Americans actually. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna save the Euros for a little bit. I think Neril. Let's do Neril real quick. Obviously, Neril has a variety of topics. As a game critic, he's horrible. He really does not dig very deep. He will say stuff like, they did this and that, and this is an improvement. Oh, Turbo Button. Turbo Button. Turbo Button could be A tier. Turbo Button could be A tier. I think Neril... God, his art video was really bad. Like, it was another great example of, okay, I'm gonna cherry pick all my arguments. I actually... You know, let me see it. I actually wrote a comment on his recent video. Yeah, Turbo Button, he did good ending. He went to do movies instead, so... See you around. I can't say your name, but, like, it was nice to have you in chat. I really enjoy watching his videos, and, like, he's, like, very useful as, like, sort of technical perspective, and, like, deep diving those aspects of games. Okay, here's what I said about his video. This is a video about, like, sort of, the differences between, like, re-releases, remakes, what gets lost in translation, what the purpose of a remake is, right? So he uses the old Resident Evil games as an example of, how a game might translate to modern standards. And I said, the Resident Evil example is baffling. Of course, the 3D models won't match the backgrounds if you're rendering them at a higher resolution at non-integer scaling, right? He uses that as thoughts on Running Shine, as an example for why a remake might be necessary. And, like, it doesn't make any sense if you actually think about it for longer than 3 seconds. Your distinction between types of limitations is also extremely arbitrary. Couldn't you just make the argument that every movie ever made would have been better with more money thrown at it? What about black and white films that were specifically converted to color later? Saying that people don't have a strong preference toward color films is strange to just throw out with no real evidence. You've basically decided that there are certain limitations you would prefer to be lifted, and then give flimsy explanations for why those are different from comparable examples on other mediums somehow. That was my basic take, and I feel like this reflects his way of articulating points in general. So, I don't know. As a critic, I really don't take him seriously at all. As, like, an information source, I think he's very strong. But, yeah. Our game's art vid is impossible to criticize because it contains every point. If we're gonna hold Neril back for being a poor critic, then why? I don't think Geller and Noir are bad critics. I think they just have a different lens, yeah. The thing is, Neril is not a strong critic under any lens, is the problem. Yeah. Issa, what's going on? I gave them high B for, like, influence. Aaron Signal, to be honest, I might not have seen enough to, like, really judge it. I just remember his, like, video on, the propensity of games toward violence. I thought that holds up so fucking well. That's kind of crazy. And Ego Raptor, a lot of his shit doesn't hold up that well, but the intuitions were, like, really there for him at the time, and he's so influential that, like, I'm kind of giving a lot of props for that. So yeah, turbo button. Let's talk about, like Firm said, turbo button. I actually watched one of his films. It was pretty good. I think Narrow. I think I would give him a D tier, dude. I'm sorry. That's kind of mean, but the art video really like that sealed the deal, kind of. God. Okay, let's add turbo button real quick. Never watched Ragnarok's, no. So I can't really speak on him. I know about him. He's like a horror guy, right? Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I'm saying, Hylian. He's like, for technical info, he's pretty strong. But that's why, see, Digital Foundry is not on this list, yeah? Otherwise, Digital Foundry would be S tier, like, by like an objective metric, right? But they're not, because that's obviously not what we're rating, you know? Oh yeah, dude, GMTK sometimes he would also cherry pick references to like make weird arguments. Yeah, Sharks and Koen Bay, that was the name of the film. So about the likes being well, he did criticize it though. He'd made like solid critiques of it. That's the thing. He made the argument that like, oh, using the Wii remote is not cheating because like, you're just bringing in more of your body. And I'm like, bro, it's still, you're lifting a hard limitation that was in the game, you know? See, okay, yeah, that's the thing. Before the DLSS video, yes. The DLSS video was like, it was like such a failure of like basic journalistic standards that like, that should haunt them kind of forever, yeah. So I agree with you there. Okay, what the is he? He's on Blue Sky, right? Let me get his profile pic. Oh my god. Wait, John Williams. Wait, Jonathan Williams. There we go. Also, Turbo Button, he got kind of jacked. So that's another like respect, you know? Okay, there you go. Honestly, Turbo Button is Turbo Button A tier. I'm not that. Honestly, I am a little surprised that they like just gave up any sense of journalistic standards, you know, journalistic rigor. That's exactly fucking it. Thank you. I want to say honestly, out of everyone that we've ranked so far, he's like been the most consistent, you know? He's like analytically just very solid and very strong. He doesn't really y'all are so sick, dude. That was such good examples. Like he doesn't really flub ever, you know? Like, sometimes he doesn't go super in-depth, but usually he has, like, a very clear point that he articulates very solidly with very strong evidence, you know? It's like, sometimes it's a little, like, vibes-based, you know, like, a little surface level, but, like, we all do that. I think the depth video is maybe one of his weaker ones. I feel like that hasn't held up super well. Yeah, he's a good presenter, has like good personality, like very, very fun, engaging style. Yeah, dude, I would give him a solid A tier. I think the depth video is one where he made a lot of assumptions. You know, he made a lot of, okay, this is how I'm gonna define it, and like not really think about it more academically. You know, I think that is kind of a weakness. But he still, even though it doesn't pass the academic like smell test, he still covers a lot of ground. You know, he still covers a lot of interesting ideas in that video. So honestly, I think he's held up really fucking well overall. Yeah, Turbo Button, GOAT, easy A tier. Are the Euros? I mean, the two top ones are Euro boys. We have some L's in among the Euros though as well, so it's not so clear cut yet. Okay, maybe let's do Stephanie Sterling. I think she still goes by the name James. I hope it's okay for me to say that. Did anyone mention the Prime v Super with Ryan? What's up? I think he glazes both games, like, right? But he does prefer Super. See, that's the thing. The Prime stocks, wait. Oh, Aussies. Oh, you mean Yahtzee? Prime stocks are at an all-time low, which they were not back then when he made that video. But he still said, yes, Super's better. GK, that's so funny. Yeah, I don't want to sugarcoat it. For me, she's also D tier. I feel like, wait, I want to see what you were replying to. Well, whatever. Like, I think I wanted to put her here. Number one, I only had like cis dudes in the shit, and I was like, okay, I can't be that fucking, I can't be that fucking close-minded, you know? We need a little more diversity. And she is objectively just very influential, right? But I think influential in a bad way. I think she is like the beacon of like, okay, I'm gonna do hyper individualistic, just say whatever without any justification whatsoever, and just be very rageful about it the whole time, and just shout it really loudly and be really angry, and like just start with the assumption that my positions are true and never challenge it ever. I feel like honestly she might be. I don't mind her as a person at all. Stephanie Sterling is who we're talking about. Sasha, what's up? I haven't watched her in years. Yeah, exactly. You said that's a good point. That's a good comparison. Yeah. I don't mind her as a person. She seems fine. She seems chill, but like, like the actual. I don't know if she's ever produced like a single like left-wing angry joke. That's so accurate. I feel like the attempt of to avoid applying any bias is kind of forcing most things into the B tier. Like, we have narrative thing guys right next to gamer, even though you clearly into our gameplay. You're kind of right, but I don't think that's a problem. I don't think that's a problem. I feel like I should be a little mentally flexible, you know? Like, I did dock points for Geller for being not really into game design, right? Like, I feel like Jacob Geller, if I tried to be like completely open-minded, completely flexible, I would put him like an A tier. But because I still value formalisms, I'm like, okay, no, he has to be B tier. Yeah, man. So I wouldn't be surprised if Stephanie. I'm as sorry as I am to say that. Like, I don't want to be mean, but like, I think she'll stay at like at the bottom probably. Yeah, but y'all convinced me a little bit about Noam. We'll do another pass at the end and like see how we feel. I think Geller should be lower, but not because he's narrativist. I just don't think he's very insightful. I think his style is just so strong, you know? Like, maybe I'm overrating him a little bit. I don't know. We'll think about it. Okay. I think Skill Up. I mean, he's Aussie, right? Let's do the Aussies. Skill Up is a good example of like average mainstream press guy, you know? Except he's a YouTuber. Like he has like that energy totally, and I feel like he's a good barometer of like what's going on in that kind of sphere. And I think sometimes he'll like kind of lock in and make some decent points. But overall, I think there is a little too much of this attitude of like, okay, I'm an established voice in the games media, and I don't really have to doubt my own takes very much. I'm just gonna say how I feel, and it's worth saying. And I can't really think of good examples. Like, I thought his Dragon's Dogma review was like kind of interesting. He's too interesting for me to take him serious. I think that's fair. The things I just thought of him was like, you know what, fuck it, I need to pad those a little bit.
Justified crash out.
Mark, thank you for the sub. Welcome to another shareholder. His Dragon's Dogma video was like, okay, here's all these things that are kind of weird and like off-putting with the game. And like he has this sort of assumption that those things are bad. And then he will say, okay, actually, but based on vibes, though, the game is, like, kind of sick. And it's just a little too... It's not very serious, right? Yeah, I think that's fair, because I was about to say, I thought it was cool the way he went in on, like, Lost Judgment, for example. Because he really didn't like the game, and I think he was... I think that was a good example of like, okay, he's actually taking games seriously as an artistic, holistic product and saying, okay, it is fucking weird that like the game doesn't take itself seriously at all and wants to talk about serious subject matter, but then the main character will just beat up school children, yeah. And like like he was criticizing the fact that the game was so lazy, you know, and like was not actually putting an effort into like making its artistic point. And I think you do need a little bit of, you need to be a little bit of a ball knower to like make that type of argument. And that stuck with me, and I will respect that. Hard mode tier list, the C tier threshold is being more insightful than a random inexperienced gamer in Discord. See, that's why I'm not rating people I know, right? I can't put that I can't use that as context. Mr. B-Tongue, I've seen him around the block a little bit. I've seen him around the block, but I haven't really taken the dive with his videos, unfortunately. I'm sorry. So I can't really say anything about him. So you know what? I'll put skill up in like low C tier. I feel like that seems fair. I feel like maybe Hyperbit Hero could go there too. He's made a comeback recently. He's been uploading it. I think it's reminding me of like, okay, he makes like comfort slop kind of. I think he said himself that he doesn't really go super in depth with like mechanical considerations. He is really in that, okay, I'm gonna recommend a game to you based on vibes and like yeah. The thing is that, see, on that merit, maybe I should put him D tier. The thing is, he's made like good, nice recommendation videos, and he can like, I can't view him as a games critic. Yeah, maybe he shouldn't even be here. I feel like that doesn't really work. He very rarely actually makes arguments about games, you know? You know what? No, I'm just gonna delete Hyper Hero. I feel like it doesn't work. Boom. No. Was nice to mention him for a second, but like, Okay, we're closing in on the end. Where do we put under the mayo? Yeah, that's why I deleted Hybrid Hero. I feel like with everybody else, I could make the argument, okay, they're game critics or essayists at least, right? Whereas with Hybrid Hero, it's really like, okay, he just talks about games. You know, he doesn't actually make arguments. Let's do Under the Mayo. Under the Mayo, he can lock in. I think he reminds me a lot of Joseph Anderson, and that yeah, that's exactly right, Bachar. That is exactly right. I think the thing is, he does have a little bit of a framework. There's certain things he really cares about. He always says this. He always gives this spiel about player accountability, is what he calls it. And and I feel like that idea is like so underdeveloped. Bob's, I think that's what Sphere Hunter. That's why she's not here, right? I feel like I would put her in the same category as someone like Hyperbit Hero, where she doesn't really make arguments about games. You think he's A tier? I think Under the Mayo for me is just a little too much of an outrage vendor and like a little too rigid with how he thinks about games. A really telling example for me. And y'all are gonna hate on this one. Y'all are not gonna agree with me, but a really telling example for me for why his rigidity doesn't really make sense and leads him astray is that he made his review about DMC5, right? And he said, "Oh my god, the game didn't get challenging until like all the way into the highest difficulty. That's like so bad for me. I can't even imagine how bad it must be for DMC fans, you know, for people who are already familiar with the series and who don't have my disadvantage that I still have to get used to the mechanics." And I feel like, to me, that argument, it proved that he makes so many assumptions about what is a good game. Like, it's not even, okay, I have my framework that I believe in and my sort of game design ideas. It's also, I can't conceive of the idea that anybody else would have a different set of sensibilities, right? Like, I think he genuinely does not understand that. In the DMC5 example for me was so stark because, like, obviously most DMC players, they, like, for new DMC, right, for the new DMC era, they don't even, it's really hard to say. I do think there's a big chunk of the DMC community that doesn't care about enemies fighting back that much, right? They want to use it as a sandbox and they really care about it on that level, blah, blah, blah. And that's just not something that, like, you don't have to agree with that framework, but I feel like with Mayo, it's like to the point where he's not even equipped to like understand it or analyze it. He's good at talking about specific experiences, but lacks flexibility to discuss things alongside his comfort zone. Yeah, his mindset is too toxic, yeah. He gets really angry, like, unreasonably so sometimes. That's the Silent Hill F video as well, right? There was, like, ideas in there where I'm like, you're sort of getting at it, you're sort of grasping at it, but you're really diluting your point by, like, with this blind, shallow rage, right? And it doesn't do well for him. He is good at finding evidence sometimes. Again, sort of like Joseph Anderson, like I was saying. So that's the thing. I think that's an agreeable take in general, but then saying he has this very rigid idea that, like, it has to be the way I like it, yeah? Like, and again, I think, like, Balcock was kind of hinting at, the framework that he's, like, applying is so loosely defined anyway. I think that's fine. I think it's just, I guess how highly do we value different things? Because like, I feel like what I value is like someone who can extract new ideas, right? And I feel like with Mayo, he will really struggle with that long term, if he keeps going down this kind of path. You know, that's sort of my concern. I think people who can't handle closed-minded critics are immature. I mean, I can handle them. I watch them occasionally. I just don't think it's the best. Egraptor's B tier. I don't know what you're talking about. A gaming orientalist? What the fuck are y'all saying? The chat is moving a little too fast. I think he goes too hard on the incentive shit. I feel like if Doom Eternal, like Doom Eternal is plate spinning. The thing is, if what he advocates for is plate spinning game design, then I'm like, I don't know. Ollie, what's going on? Well, we talked about Egraptor a little bit. I think Egraptor gets a lot of respect points for being so early. That's kind of why he's so high. Okay. I just feel like I'm gonna put him above Joseph Anderson. Actually, I'm gonna put him above iPatch Wolf. Maybe. Yeah, fuck it. Okay. I think this feels right. This feels right. Well, Zed, I think about someone who only cares about exactly one thing but makes some of the most insightful lives. Wait, let me read this again. Did I call Mayo close-minded? Did I literally say that? Okay, if I did say that, don't get hung up on this one word. I see what you're saying. I just don't know if Mayo is actually there, you know, in terms of, like, value. Plate spinning gameplay, how do I explain it really briefly? The way I've come to respect Eternal a little more recently, Doom Eternal. But it is sort of this very basic idea of like, okay, the game is on a schedule, right? Like certain things are on timers or on cooldowns. Certain things should be done at certain times. You should be using, like, because your grenades are on cooldown, you should be just using them as soon as you
So
have them,
please.
right?
Justified crash out.
Nate Hates, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. God, the chat is moving so fast. Ooh, Leon Massey. I should put it in there. You know what, Defeaters, I'm sorry, I can't really get to this question. I need to like think about this more deeply, and like there's too much going on. But this could be a subject. This could be a subject for a future stream. I'm not even saying that, Boghawk. I don't even think that's not even something I believe. I guess what I am saying about someone like Mayo is that, I mean, again, you're correct. His framework is a little too loosely defined. I need to articulate this point better. I need to think about this more. Ugh. Again, I just feel like I said, if the framework is so rigid and so inflexible, you might just sound a little ridiculous. maybe that's a good way to put it. I don't know. State fetishism, state. MMO skill rotation steroids. Well, but that's the thing. I guess that comparison, it proves that your point is correct, right? Because Celia's ideas are much more clearly defined. I guess it's just because they're clearly defined, she's not gonna drown the overall point in like
So please.
poorly thought out
Justified crash
ideas
out?
and like and poorly articulated ideas, you know? The thing is, I don't even know, bro. Bogog, you said like 8 times. You made like 8,000 probably posts or chat messages about how it's not closed-minded. I don't even know if I said that. I don't even know how much I said that. Chill a little bit. Okay. I don't even know if I said that. Like, that's like, you're being a little crazy. You're being a little too crazy. Like, is Under the Mayo that strong of a critic that it validates his position? I don't think so. I feel like Under the Mayo is like not the champion of the thing you're saying, you know? I guess that's why I have an issue with it. Okay. 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 It's chill, y'all. It's okay. No worries. Okay. Y'all have to live with Mayo and C tier. I'm sorry. It's just gotta be. It's just gotta be. Like, it's just that there's been so many points. I think what solidifies it for me is that there's been so many points where I agree with him, and yet he articulates position in such a poor and easy to misunderstand and easy to misconstrue way that, like, it almost it makes the position weaker in a way. You know? Again, I feel like Silent Hill F, perfect example, right? I feel like he doesn't have the flexibility. Like, he clearly wants to talk about other games, but like he doesn't have the flexibility to do so effectively sometimes. Or like, if we want to go with Balrog's arguments, he hasn't defined his ideas clearly enough to actually extract the point that he wants to extract. I don't think I have anything. I'm not gonna be mean to Mark. I think y'all are overestimating how mean I'm gonna be. Okay, wait. Let me put in Leon Massey. I think, y'all, Leon Massey? Is he another A tier? I think Leon Massey is really good, actually. I'm a big Leon Massey hat. Euromogging? Marcus Electric Underground. Maybe Leon Massey might have... Has he surpassed her button? Josh, thank you for the sub!
Earth cost?
Thank you for the sub.
I'm gonna buy the entire Earth and be king.
By the way, I'm a stupid idiot. I kept adding to like shareholders, even though it was just YouTube subscribers. I need to fix the number later. Can I be mean to Electric Honor? I mean, I'm gonna have some stuff to say. Don't worry. I'm gonna be balanced. I mean, some of y'all actually talk to Mark, so I'd be down to have a chat with him at some point. That'd be actually kind of cool. So Leon Massey, he's like, I mean, he's had moments where like he will be like, oh, I didn't like this game, I'm not gonna talk about it, whatever. But like, I mean, that's whatever. I don't really rate that very highly. It's just that he when the subjects he chooses are so interesting, and then he really goes super in depth with them. And like it's crazy that like we have a guy who got like hundreds of thousands of views on video. What the hell? Smash 64 decom PC port. What the hell? That's crazy. Can I just say, this lady over here, I just follow her because she's hot. She's like, she just makes food TikToks, and I was like, damn. Okay. Summoning Salt. I like Summoning Salt. I haven't watched enough of him to like really rate him. Okay. Potato, thank you for the follow. Wait, 1, 2, 3. Probably need to. AI deco. Oh. Okay, you look at Leon Massey, right? And you look at his popular videos, and it's about super specific. Like, how does a video of jump arcs have 700,000 views? Or like the Halo 2 combo video. He like pulls information together in really interesting ways sometimes, right? Where, okay, let's compare Fox and Melee versus Meta Knight and Brawl and tell a story from there. The problem is I need to rewatch some of these videos because I don't remember them super well. But like all his recent videos are still bangers. I mean, sometimes he will not go as in depth as he could. Yeah, that's also the thing. I feel like Summoning Salt wouldn't even. I was like keeping it in the back of my mind because like, maybe there's more to him. Because I just haven't watched him enough. But like, I think that would also be valid reason to exclude him from this type of list. Kyle Bossman, absolutely not. It's crazy that I didn't think of Turbo Button and Leon Massey when I came up with the idea, and yet I would put them both in A2, yeah. Yeah, Issa, I think that's exactly where I feel. I think I would rate Turbo Button a little more highly just based on like legacy and like I think Turbo Button he definitely has done more for like general game design. Yeah, Leon is like he's very specific. I think I rated the Turbo Button stuff a little more highly. I was considering swapping them. Because I feel like Leon at this point, he has just a bigger catalog already. But I don't know. I feel like this feels right. Yeah. Yeah. Totally. Okay. Oh yeah, absolutely not. Okay. I guess while we're at that, I think Core Gaming, easy A tier, right? Core Gaming, easy A tier. I think I think Core Gaming might be higher than Leon Massey, cause like they will pull from so many interesting sources and make so many interesting analogies to like real life, other sciences, other fields, sports. You know, that's like the exact type of shit we way more of. He has really good attitude, yeah. And like, dude, there's like shit, like very general life shit that I've learned from core gaming, like System 1 versus System 2 thinking. This is something I'll learn from a core gaming video, yeah. Well, he's an essayist, yeah. This is like essay critic shit, yeah. I don't know Clayton Chapman, I don't know who that is. I'm sorry. Do y'all disagree with this? I don't know, I feel like this is like, this feels right. This feels really right. Okay. Should I save Mark for last? I feel like that would be kind of funny. I'll make it a little tense. I'll make it a little suspenseful. Okay. Yahtzee. Low A tier for core gaming. Okay. Yahtzee. I'm torn between D and C tier for Yahtzee. Oh, you still have Donkey to go. I totally forgot. Yeah, Issa, that's totally it. Unhealthy irony Z tier.
How much does the Earth cost?
Oh, crewmate, thank you for the sub.
I'm gonna buy the entire Earth and be king.
Not necessarily the best fighting game analysis. Who do you like for fighting game analysis, GK? Who do you like better? I was thinking about Theory Fighter and God Wind Quote, but I haven't watched them enough. That's the problem. His Dev Diary series is very okay. I should watch that. I feel like Yahtzee has had a couple of hits, like a couple points that resonated with me. I feel like he is like extra credits level, right? Maybe below extra credits. That seems right. Okay. Yeah, God Winco, it was suggested to me, so I thought about it. Yeah. Donkey is a bad critic. Oh, I like Lord Knight, yeah. I like Lord Knight. Lord Knight gets like really exact as well. But let's say Lord Knight, he doesn't do like essay type shit. Yeah. Also, I mean, Lord Knight, I mean, he used to be a Smash player, right? And then he mostly plays anime games now, right? Donkey's a bad critic unless he's talking about JRPGs. Okay, let's talk about Donkey. Donkey. See, Donkey has a way of like making a point really passionately that I kind of admire. And like, he doesn't really go in depth. He just like conveys his point, his argument really in a really simple way, you know? Like, there's sort of a skill and a talent to that. Like, I think y'all are underestimating Donkey a little bit. Okay. Hold up. Y'all are not familiar with this game. Donkey, oh my god, I didn't expect this to polarize so hard. This is crazy. Okay, what the hell? Let me see, wait. What are some good Donkey videos? I mean, the thing is, he will do the classic, the old school gaming grid thing, where he'll cherry pick arguments, he will not think very far ahead. Like, that's definitely the case. Serious videos, the slickness is reasonable. He definitely just likes certain shit, and then we'll be like, yeah, and then just glaze it. Honestly, the thing is, he doesn't really go depth on anything, right? He doesn't really go in depth on anything. And He will be very arbitrary, but I think he does have a unique way of conveying his point. Dude, beyond H-Bomb is bad. As a game critic, he fucking sucks. I think Joseph Anderson, as much as I don't like his videos generally, I think generally I like H-Bomber Guy videos more. But at least Joseph Anderson will actually like dig very deep to find evidence. I respect that. Oh my god, you're all so wait, this is going so fast. Oh my god. The biggest game critic. I feel like, I mean, if you categorize him as a critic. See, that's his JRPG takes also boost him like pretty hard. I think the JRPG shit is a good example of like, okay, he will take a point that should be so obvious, right? But then to a lot of people, like they don't want to accept it, right? And then he'll articulate it in a way where you just can't deny it, right? He will use the editing, he will use the comedy, he will use the timing and the examples to make the point in a way that's undeniable, right? Obviously, I'm being very kind when I say that. Like, obviously, he's not like a serious fucking critic. But sometimes he can be useful. He can actually be useful. Like, the Xenoblade 2 video, right? He makes a really strong case for why... Like, there's so much shit about games that we take for granted, that we just accept. Well, I didn't say that H-Bomb never digs deep. I didn't say that. I just said Joseph Anderson has like a better history of that. I feel like it's just H-Bomb, he still will... To be honest, I don't remember the Deus Ex video very well. I need to rewatch it. But my impression of H-Bomb is still that he cherry picks a ton. And like, he's like, okay, this is my opinion. My opinion is the most important thing. And now you need to listen to it. Yeah. I'll say Beyond the chat was not very nice to H-Bomb. Like the chat, like there was not much resistance to putting H-Bomb in these here. To be honest, why did I put Yahtzee? Okay, let's put it this way. This makes a little more sense. It's poetic criticism, not academic criticism, yeah. For Donkey. Demon Souls remake video? I don't remember. Yeah, he did cook with the Bonanza DLC. Well, he didn't, so I don't. Problem solved. Michael does. Oh, I love Michael also. He's the goat. Okay. Okay, are we okay with Donkey above Eyepatch Wolf? I feel like that's fine. I feel like that's acceptable. 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 I feel like that's acceptable, right? Below, like, Mayo is our threshold for a serious critic. No, I feel like I'm right in C tier. I feel like I'm right at home here. I feel like I'm right at home here. We'll do another pass. We'll do another pass later. Should Joseph Anderson be higher than Donkey? I don't think so. I feel like Donkey has better taste. I think I should take, if I take taste into the equation, Donkey has better taste. Like high key better taste. That's, nobody can disagree with that. Who has better taste, Donkey or Joseph Anderson? No fucking way. I'm locking it. I'm locking it. Donkey has like better taste than most people on the list, okay? Oh my god. Fuck it. It is. It is now. It is now. I just clipped it. I just clipped it. I just clipped it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. I'm saving Mark STG for last. I'm saving Mark STG for last. Okay, where do we put Super Bunny Hop? Where do we put Super Bunny Hop? I think that's another spicy one. I feel like Super Bunny Hop could be an A tier. He has had some real fucking bangers. You know, my favorite Super Bunny Hop video is actually the SNK video. Where the premise for the SNK video was he bought a random bundle on Humble, I think. That's the premise, right? He's like, yeah, okay, I'm just gonna read these games, blah, blah, blah. And he goes through the games sort of chronologically, like in release order. And as he does it, it becomes like this meta-analysis of SNK's place in the industry, right? And how the industry has changed over time. That shit was smooth. That shit was sick. And I think, I mean, as a critic, he can fall down a little bit sometimes. I thought the MGS3 video was pretty bad, to be honest with you. Like, again, he does the thing of, like, he has a thing he likes, and he will, like, really gloss over why, over, like, justifying it, you know? He will not put a lot of effort into justifying it. But overall, I mean, he's pretty well-rounded, you know? In his topics choices, he will he does the thing of like, okay, I'm actually gonna find an interesting thing about this game, you know? And he will do actual, like Baka was saying, sociological and journalistic work to like justify the shit he's talking about. Visibly being someone who reads, yeah, low key, high key. That black and white comment lobotomy. I mean, the MGS video, the recent MGS, the fact that it's so recent, like that's hard to ignore. That this video is such an L. He was like making all these arguments for the fixed camera, and then crediting the remake for it, right? He's like, yeah, this never worked before, and then doesn't explain why it works in the remake. And I think he admitted he didn't really even give the classic camera a shot. And this is so weird. Bad video, very bad video. Yeah, you said that was a good point. I kind of want him to give it the A tier. I feel like, you know what, I would give him low A tier. Low A tier for Bunny Hop. I think his output over the years was strong enough, even with some dips, even with some L's, that I would give him props on that. Okay, I'll do Ratatosker next. Ratatosker. You know, I think, okay, Ratatosker, he's not like, if you don't know this guy, he's kind of a more recent addition to the canon. And he sort of is like, okay, I'm going to talk about the things I care about, things I like. I guess the thing that stuck out to me about him is that, I mean, he kind of has bad taste. But usually, what I did notice is that he will explain his ideas in a very level-headed and very logically consistent way. Like, his logical consistency definitely stuck out to me. That, even though you can tell he has, like emotional thoughts on why he rates certain things and why he categorizes certain things a certain way, he will not use that as a sole path, you know, as a sole guideline. He will take you through the argument like pretty rationally and be like, okay, you know, even if you don't agree with doing this, then X, Y, Z. His early MH videos, okay, maybe I haven't seen those, I don't know. A Zelda fan cares what story, Massive L. Yeah, I thought like he was dissecting the remake shit a little bit, and like I don't exactly agree with every single point. That is so crazy, dude. But still, the way he dissected the topic was like very, very clear, very rational, very, and like still trying to find some new ideas there. Yeah. Is Crowcat with a script? Really? I don't think he's. No, I don't agree with that. I think that's giving him too little credit. I do think I would give him like bottom of B tier. Actually, no. Actually, no. Wait. No, that's too high. Actually, the more I think about, no, you know what? As a serious critic, no. I would put him. Above Skill Up. That feels right. Above Skill Up. That feels right. I just feel like he hasn't done anything like super impressive here. Maybe that's the issue. Raycivic, I know about him, I don't watch him. That's interesting, okay. Yeah, this feels right. Okay, Daryl Talks Games. I like Daryl Talks Games. I mean, obviously he has a completely different focus, right? He has terrible taste in games. And, he's not really critically evaluating them. He is looking at them purely with a psychology perspective. And I think that is very valuable. I think especially because, like, I'm very uncomfortable with talking about psychology in games, right? That's very scary to me, and I don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. That's why you can see that in my videos, I've also stepped away from that bit by bit by bit. Where I'm really cautious not to talk about, like, okay, this is how the game affects the player, and this is like, this encourages certain behavior, blah, blah. I'm very, very apprehensive about touching that. And I think that is something, Daryl Talks Games. Daryl Talks Games, let me show you. That is something I had to learn throughout my studies as well. Just how, I don't watch Jimmy McGee, I don't know who that is. What the fuck was my point? I haven't watched like some of his recent stuff. Yeah, so throughout my studies, I think it's so easy to like get into this idea of like, oh, because they range the level like this, encourages this behavior, or like it encourages me playing the game, that's why it's good, blah, blah. It's only those are such like there's ideas that are like taken so for granted, I think, in the discourse. And I've had to learn, okay, we should be much more careful with that sort of shit. And to be honest, I would go as far as to say, yeah, in game design, I'm very cautious about like, I have a very negative opinion of like, conditioning player behavior as a design goal, right? Or designing with the expectation of certain player behavior. Like, that is something I'm not very fond of, just conceptually. So having someone, and that's a very long-winded way to say that, having someone with actually a psychological background, providing you with research to, like, talk about the shit to back up the shit that they're talking about, that is very valuable. And, you know, it's stuff that, like, I'm still hesitant to be like, okay, we should draw game design conclusions from this, right? Or this is like great critique or whatever. But I still think it's cool that he's around, you know? So, yeah, let me catch up with the chat a little bit. Okay. So I would give Daryl... How about I put him above Jakey? That feels right. Because they kind of have like kind of a comparable style, but like obviously Daryl has a little more substance overall. Daryl talks against what extra credits want to be. Yeah, I think that's totally accurate, Bjorn. Isn't the point of a game with rules and systems, goals, and incentives? You will condition actions toward optimism for the goal. Well, that is a natural result of the system, right? That is it doesn't necessarily like the system presupposes that those things will be optimal, right? They don't necessarily presuppose, okay, my goal is that the player has fun doing those exact things. Yeah. Like that's more, I'm talking very explicitly about like, okay, emotional conditioning, emotional reactions. That's something I don't believe in art in general, right? To me, once you say, okay, I'm gonna make this movie and my goal is to make people cry, I'm like, okay, to me, that's not a good way to approach art in general. Hot take, maybe? I don't know. Like, I always bring up this example, but Neil Druckmann, he was like, yeah, I wanted people to feel hate. I want people to feel hatred in Last of Us 2. And I'm like, okay, as soon as I don't feel it, your whole fucking game falls apart. And, like, you can tell that the game was not... It was not designed to be interesting, you know? It was designed for this very singular purpose. And if you don't buy into the central idea of the game already, like, I don't need to be taught that, like, hatred is bad, and vengeance is bad, and revenge is bad. That's such a stupid fucking idea to base a story around, yeah? Yeah. Like, the way... I was talking to my, one of my instructors about this, and the way I... Exactly, man. The way I approach art, the way I think about art is like, well, I have a conviction that I have something interesting to say, right? I have a conviction that, okay, what I'm making is somehow interesting and is worth putting out into the world. And it doesn't really matter the exact way that people interpret it, right? I know that's a really basic explanation, but I think it should be that simple. It should be as simple as, okay, I'm convinced my thing is good. Please experience it, and please make up your own thoughts, yeah? Make up your own mind. Yeah. They pre-interpret their own work, yeah, I like that. Like, to me, once I say, like, my instructor was like saying, oh, I haven't seen the movie Up, right? But she was using the movie Up as an example of like, oh, they did all this shit to like make you cry specifically. And I'm like, I mean, number one, I'm very hesitant to assume that about the makers of the film, right? That was their single-minded goal. But also, isn't there something like kind of perverse about that? Isn't there something that's a little bit perverse about that, you know? To say, okay, I'm gonna maximize... like, you could take it to the extreme of like, okay, I'm gonna focus test the fuck out of my thing to make it... to cry max it, yeah? To like max out the number of cries. Like that, to me, that's not the goal of art. The goal of art should be sincerity. That's the thing. It is fair. Like, I'm sure it's a great opening, right? I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying, to then say it's good because it makes a lot of people cry, that's stupid, in my opinion. And that the goal of the art should be to mechanically replicate that same effect. Expressing yourself and others interpreting your spirit. Yeah. Like, I really don't like that idea. You know, I really don't like the idea that we can, like... That's the thing, we talk so much about formalisms and, like, what is good design, what is good technique, blah, blah, and, like, all that is great. But once you say... I think... we have, like, this abstract idea of what a good game is or what good art is. And we appreciate it on this, like, abstract level. René, what's going on, man? Aesthetic of this is good because it high sales. Yeah, exactly. We appreciate this. We appreciate the construction of something like Tetris, right? Because we have the mechanical understanding and the rule-based understanding and the artistic understanding to say, yeah, this is on the craftsmanship level. This is high art, right? Maybe my use of the word high art is a little a little too loose there, but I think you understand what I'm talking about. But that doesn't mean that your goal, I guess, like, it's one thing to, like, master a craftsmanship and master an art form and master the formalisms, and it's a different thing to say, okay, our goal should be to, like, robotically, mechanically use the formalisms to elicit a specific effect, rather than to make good art. Yeah, I think that's the thing that bothers me. So this is the thing for me is like, it doesn't, see, that's the final thing, right? In a good piece of art, you don't give a fuck what the goal was, yeah? You just have an interesting experience when you experience it, or you have interesting thoughts, ideas. That's why with Last of Us 2, the idea of what the goal was, is so, like, in the foreground, you know? It's, like, so hard not to think about it. And, like, the game doesn't make sense if you don't know what the goal was explicitly, you know? And I feel like that's a sign of bad art, kind of. Yeah. This is the basis of Truffaut's auteur theory. Metteur en scène versus the auteur. I had to French max there. I'll check that out, man. That's a good shout. I'm sorry if I missed a lot of stuff in chat. See, I think that's the challenge, right? Like, you can convey your perspective. I think it's valuable to convey your perspective, to convey your worldview. I mean, I don't know who said it, but, like, art radiates the artist, right? That's the quote. It's just like, if your art hinges on the fact that, like, I react to it in a specific way, then that's not good. Okay, I feel like I missed a lot in chat. I'm so sorry, but, like, I'm gonna move on. Where are all the Nintendo users in AVGN closed? I feel like I was thinking about AVGN for, like, respect, you know, as a pioneer, but I have nothing to say about them. Oh, that's really interesting. Okay, that's really, really interesting, huh? Stalker, I only know Stalker by the Hungarian video game studio. Where's Ant, dude? Where's Scott the Woz? Yeah, unfortunately. Okay, y'all, it's time. We're gonna get to Mark STG. Mark STG Electric Underground. Mr. Underground, Mr. Electric. Okay. Marky Mark. I've said this a couple times. I've said this exact phrase a couple times, but like he can definitely lock in. He can definitely lock the fuck in, right? When you really, there's some topics where he's so laser focused and he's so honed in and he's like articulating the point really concisely, step by step, and really walking you through it very well. And I think like stuff like there's clearly topics where he's super comfortable with, like Ninja Gaiden, shmups in general, right? Mark's STG. The Iwata, yeah, GK, that's a perfect point. I thought the Iwata video was like it was kind of in poor taste. I'm not gonna lie. And I think the thing is, on the one hand, he has a unique skill in that like he does the thing I love where he will try to extract a larger point from a thing. Yeah, I think that's super fair. But then sometimes he will try to make a point. The way he will make the point sometimes feels a little forced, yeah. I do think does Mark write his scripts? The thing is, if it's all freestyle, it's kind of impressive. If it's scripted, it's pretty bloated. Yeah. Evan, I kind of agree with that. He just record. Wow. Okay. See, for freestyling, that's impressive. But then I'm saying I wish he wrote a script actually. Huh, interesting, okay. He is a cult leader a little bit. He's a cult leader. I mean, I mentioned at the start of the stream, but like in our server, in the Ziadbra broadcast server, if you're not on it, by the way, discord.ziadbra.com. We have a lot of persecuted arcade gamers, who are ranting all day. I feel like Mark would fit right in. Yeah, GK, I totally agree with you. I'm a little conflicted on Mark. I guess, see, the fact that he doesn't script his videos, that revelation, that really confirms my suspicion a little bit. That confirms kind of what I said earlier, where he has subjects where he's super comfortable in, and he can just lock the fuck in and get his points off. But then like other stuff where he tries to like the Silent 2 video, for example, I thought that felt very unnatural for him. I feel like he didn't really have the tools to analyze it with. And then also, see, I don't remember the MGR video, but he'll still do the thing that almost everybody on this list does, where he'll really cherry pick arguments and like really not follow through on certain ideas. See, that is weird. Yeah, that's such a weird take. It is literally context sensitive. Yeah, that's so weird. Link the tier list. I guess I'll post it in the Discord later. Like for example, his Alien Soldier video, he kept saying, okay, the game feels unfinished, right? Some of the weapon wheel, and he doesn't really substantiate the argument very well. I feel like, I mean, that's a while ago. I feel like he would do a better job with that now. But then at the same time, his Wanted Dead video was like kind of reasoned as well. And I thought that argument was pretty weak too. I thought he made a good case for, okay, like learning the spawn locations is kind of interesting, and like thinking of room-to-room strategies. I could see that argument, but then saying, oh, see, it is factually unfinished if you consider like not having all the bosses that were planned unfinished. But I don't think of art that way, to be honest with you. He specifically meant that he didn't like the way the weapon wheel worked, and I don't really understand why. Anyway, with Wanted Dead, the big smoking gun argument that he uses is like, well, if you dodge cancel, dude, if you dodge cancel, but it's like, okay, bruh, is that really that strong of a point in the game's favor? I don't really think so, and I think it was sort of cherry picking, like finding a thing that, oh, IGN didn't know about this, and that's why they gave the game a low score, and they're stupid, and yeah. The thing is that the weapon wheel answer, to me, that's such a perfect design, you know? It's like you justify this thing mechanically, you know? Like, you have a set amount of time for like, when you bring up the wheel, it's a fixed animation. When you change from one position on the wheel to the next, it's a fixed animation. So like, there's a fixed time cost and opportunity cost in a game that is very time sensitive, and positioning sensitive, right? You're locked into one position. To me, that's the best. That's a really great example of like a fully fleshed mechanic, you know? So I don't know. I think the Wanted Dead thing really exemplifies the issue really well. Like, if he likes a game enough, he'll be like, fuck it, weeball. I'll just make a really flimsy argument and then go with it. That was not that long ago, so I would still hold that against him a little bit. But I think I do give him a lot of props, and I do like him. I do watch his videos. I enjoy his videos. So he'll be top of B tier. That's my rating for Mark STG. Okay. Also, oh my god, yeah, see, saying, okay, Sega were the only ones who could make a fucking insane F-Zero game. They're the only ones, guys. Nintendo couldn't have done this, and like, F-Zero X is like, in its own right, one of the sweatiest games ever. Bruh. Like, that's what I'm saying, right? He has a certain idea in his head, and he will just run with it. RE5 menu reloading has really grown on me, I'm not gonna lie. Has really, really grown on me. I used to be anti-menu reloading. Yeah. Well, he has like a good output. He has a pretty strong output, considering that he doesn't script his videos. Oh, sorry. Like, the fact that he doesn't script his videos is probably part of what allows him to be so consistent. I think that's a valid argument, yeah. I think for me, what made it pull together for me a little bit is the fact that you can very feasibly have multiple weapons that need to be reloaded at a time. And when you have a reload opportunity, it actually creates a little bit of a decision. Like, okay, which weapon should I reload right now? The reason I didn't originally like it is because I liked the idea of like having to commit to reloading, right? Having to commit to the animation. And the fact that that was lost, I saw it kind of critically. See, I mean, that was my opinion on it. That was my opinion on it originally. But like, well, that's the thing, right? In the span of one finisher, how many reloads can you get in? That is sort of a, I think that is like a skill component. Like getting more than one reload in a single finisher, that's kind of hard in my experience. All of them? Are you that fast with it? Are you that nasty with it? Am I just bad? Hearing that freestyles makes sense because it kind of speaks to how he's not as careful about how his message is being received. Yeah. Again, I keep bringing it up with the Silence View video. It was like, clearly he's not very comfortable in that field. And he's like stumbling over his words a lot and like making up as he goes. Oh, Bog, are you fucking asshole? Yeah, oh my god. That doesn't fucking count. That's cheating. That's fucking cheating. Cheater. Point at him and laugh. Horse react this man. Horse react him. Cheating, cheating, cheating. Cheater. Cheater! Shut the fuck up. That's bullshit.
A fucking asshole, but then I lose to fucking Box Pikachu. Cheater! Cheater! And I lose to a fucking Sheik. Like,
Playing RE5 with mouse. RE5 launched on Xbox 360 and PS3. I don't consider anything post that. You should play the game at 30 FPS. It didn't launch on PC. It didn't launch on PC. PC was a port. The RE4 argument is fucking wrong. That's fucking wrong. It's the same thing with both games. There was a gap for both games between the releases. What's up, Marquez? Well, but like it's a time commitment. You can all okay, whatever, dude. See, but that's like okay, that's strategic because like yeah, you have to go for neckbreaker for a full reload. There you go. Now it's a good mechanic. An artist is supposed to be selfish. A critic is supposed to be selfless. Ooh, that's nice. Okay, y'all. Damn, dude, the chat is stacked today. That's kind of crazy. I need to do more tier list bait. I'm sorry. I just gotta do it. I just gotta do it. We're like at 90 people on YouTube. Oh, dude, YouTube is way bigger than Twitch. That's kind of crazy. Okay. Listen, let's think about this another day. Okay. Y'all, this is the tier list. Am I missing anybody? Is there anybody that's like critical to include? Yeah, Josh, I agree. I agree. It seems like shitpost content, but I feel like we covered a lot of ground today. I actually feel like we've covered a lot of fucking ground today. Twitch Apocalypse, that's true. Oh, Jack Crawford, he left a comment on my RE video. Actually, I follow him on Twitter. I should watch his videos. Resident Evil Remilk guy. What? Raining Wolf says this was slop. Okay, man. Don't fucking watch. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, that's so true. Ooh, 9-hour shift. Damn. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for hanging out, dude. Good luck on your shift. Mr. B-Tongue was suggested. I haven't watched him at all, so Unfortunately, I can't speak to him. The problem is Celia I actually talked to, so I don't want to rate her. And Jimmy, I don't know who it is. Streaming is inherently sloppy, yeah. It's kind of true. I'm glad you all chose me as your evening entertainment. Well, as your, well... Fucking... It is a little late on the East Coast, I guess. It's not that early in the day. Let's think about the tier list a little bit. Is there anything I would change? Like, this definitely feels right. This feels right. This feels right. Like, these could swap around a little bit, but I think this overall feels right. This... I could see Gaming Brit a little higher, but I feel like he just hasn't... He hasn't made the one video where I'm like, hell yeah, you know? Oh, Spiders STG, I don't know what you mean, but like... His Shinobi video, for example, was one where I agree with the point, but I couldn't make it through the video. Like, it was so sluggishly presented. So, eh. Swap Bunny Hop and Gaming Bit? No, dude. Narrow and Duncan? No, absolutely not. Yeah, I could see Gaming Bit a little higher. Daryl talks again. I feel like this feels right. I mean, Tim Rogers I want to put a little higher, but y'all convinced me not to do that. Okay, is my placement correct? Now that we've done the whole thing, how is my placement? How is Zed in C tier? How does that sound? STG means shooting game. Shooting game. It's the Japanese term for shmup. Joseph Anderson should be top of C. No, I think should Joseph Anderson. I think Joseph Anderson should be above. Yeah, should he be above Eyepatch Wolf? Should he be above Eyepatch Wolf? Yeah, probably. Yeah. I don't know what I was thinking. This makes more sense. Donkey is right where he is. C tier tier list. Donkey seems right. Ratatosker seems right. Skill Up seems right. Like, Skill Up as the normie barometer. Celia Wagger, she has a blog. Critpoints.net, I think. Yeah. There's a lot of good shit in here. This is a great fucking resource. Like, Crit Points, on its own merits, it would be easy A tier. Probably. The thing is, Gaming Brit, that's the thing. Like, unfortunately, he had a really strong base to work with, and then he decided to delete his personality. Yeah. It's very unfortunate. Am I top of C tier? Am I above Gaming Brit? I don't know. Extra credits. I know Bjorn is mad at me, but H-Bomb, I'm sorry. You know, Bjorn, just for you, I'll rewatch the Deus Ex video. I remember enjoying it. But I don't think he has it as a critic. I just don't think he has it. I think he can, like, do, like, okay, I'm gonna do research on a topic I care about, but, like, I feel like he's bad at, like, extracting, like, an interesting argument, you know? I feel like, dude, low-key, I feel like I'll learn more with extra credits. Thank you, Isa. Thank you. Seems... Maybe Narrow should be... No, actually, no, this feels right. This feels right. The more I look at it, I'm like, yeah, this feels right. This feels right. Is Matthew the earliest critic? I think Aaron's Signal. Oops. Aaron's Signal and Super Bunny Hop might have been around for a little longer. Also, Gaming Bird is kind of OG as well, actually. People kind of forget that. Also, extra credits, yeah. Like, Gaming Bird, he's been around, actually. People kind of forget that, but he's been around. Yeah, the thing is also extra credit, they just fell off so hard. Oh, yeah, well, Igor Raptor also counts, yeah. Your KH2 video alone puts you in actually, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Like, I think my, Resident Evil video recently, and, the Shadow video, those are definitely my best work so far. But I don't think I have reached, like, magnum opus level yet. I haven't made anything where I'm like, yeah, this is fucking it. Like, I said it sort of toward the start of the stream, but, like, these are sort of my take on, like, okay, this is kind of... I'm not saying everybody has to do critique like this, but I want to set an example for, like, okay, this is a way to think about games, yeah? King K, I did mention him very briefly. I don't like his videos, unfortunately, so... And, like, I don't have anything interesting to say about him, yeah. Wait, Issa, let me look at it. Where's my chat? It's not showing up on my, chat window. God damn it. Let's see. Okay, Issa, I don't know, I don't see your message at all anymore. So what was the concept? What was the concept of the message? Just like paraphrase it. Dara really doesn't deserve to be that high. His videos are super surface level and his psych ideas are extrapolated from his personal experience and almost never have tangible attachments to the actual game. Maybe that's just me. Maybe that's fair. To be honest with you, maybe that is fair. I haven't thought about it. Oh, gather your party. Okay. Maybe that is fair. Maybe I haven't thought about it enough. It was kind of spur of the moment. I just remember really enjoying the videos. Absolutely fucking not, Bobs. Absolutely fucking not. Yeah. I guess this could be, the beats here could be a little in flux, depending on how much I think about it. Everything else feels pretty right. How do you distinguish a reviewer from a critic? DXNDE, what's up? I think a reviewer... So, this is something GK has talked about actually recently. I recommend GK's recent stream on it. I'm gonna plug you real quick. I didn't get super deep into it, but like... So GK, he was talking about games reporting, let's put it that way, in the form of product reviews, right? Where, okay, the review is for the purpose of, like, informing potential customers about, like, if it's a good purchasing decision, right? You could say that's a reviewer. A critic is more concerned with it from a, like, artistic perspective, maybe. I don't even know if that's a real distinction, to be honest. If you put me on the spot and ask me, okay, how would I categorize that? That's how I would explain it. Nova Canoe, that name rings a bell, but I don't think I've watched him. And I agree with GK's overall take that, like, I think we're kind of past, games as product reviews. Yeah, games writing as product reviews. I feel like that's really silly, and I don't see the value in it. Oh my god, I don't know what's going on with YouTube. Yeah, I think GK unlists the streams. I'll post the link in chat. What the hell? There you go. Yeah, I just don't believe that's their shit. And again, the distinction reviewer versus critic, I don't know if that's real. I don't know if that's a good way to use those words, but like, if you put me on the spot, if you put a gun to my head, that's how I would answer. Yeah, man. Okay, let's close out the stream. It's pretty late here. Oh my god, it's 1:42 a.m. Holy fuck. Okay. Guys, I'll check all this later. So, I was ranking everybody's 3x3s the other day. I'm gonna release the ranking very soon. For those who don't know, I stream twice a week on this Twitch channel and this YouTube channel. Every Monday, every Wednesday, 9 p.m. Central European Time. That is 3 p.m. Eastern and noon Pacific. Every Wednesday I do these sort of debate streams where we talk about a topic, or we do slop tier lists, that sort of shit. And every Monday we do this thing called Potential Man Monday. You can come into the Discord and suggest games for me to play, and I will rank them based on their potential. My idea right now is that the next game we'll play is Star Fox 64, provided that Nintendo announced the Star Fox game this week. If they don't announce the new Star Fox, then probably the game I'll play on Monday will be Ocarina of Time. So that's what we're doing. And, yeah. And then for next Wednesday, for 1 week from now, I don't actually have a topic yet. And we did the Game Critic tier list today. You can come in here, suggest topics for me to talk about. I tend to also use these streams. I started today's stream with a discussion of this article by Jake Steinberg that, in the Discord we thought was kind of interesting. So that's kind of a lot of what I do as well. I have a Twitch highlights channel. It's called Zia After Dark. I have highlights releasing here, like, over the next couple of days as well, from the last couple of streams. So surely, stuff from, if interesting news come up, we'll cover that on the show. Yeah, man. I'll think of a good topic for next week. Wolfstan, what's up? I'm about to fuck off. How are you, man? Yeah, I'm sorry, you missed the entire stream. I'm about to say goodnight. Yeah. I don't want to repeat myself too much, but again, like I said, if you think of a good idea for like a debate topic, tier list topic, whatever, anything along those lines, put it here in the Discord. Just let me know. And yeah, thank you all so much for watching. This was a good stream. This was very, very lively, very active. I need to do more bait streams like that. Yeah. Okay. Ooh, my hair. I'm not fucking with that. Yeah, thank you all so much for watching. And also, you see the number at the bottom says shareholders. You can become a shareholder by subbing to me on Twitch, being a YouTube member, or supporting me on Ko-fi with $5 a month. And if you do that,
So please,
Justified crash out?
for the
thank you for the sub. You will be listed as a shareholder, but also you will get the special Habibi role in the Discord. And you will get access to bonus content. For example, my review of Resident Evil Requiem that I did recently. I do this review show called Backlog Battle every month. So if you become a supporter now, you will get access to all the episodes I've released thus far as well. So I want to say that's worth it. I want to say it's a pretty good deal. You know? Yeah. Okay, that was the last thing I had. Guys, I'm unemployed, by the way. I'm trying to make this work. Oh God. Okay. Bye everybody. I think I'm heading out. I'm fucking off. Goodbye. Bye.